All right. You gonna say hello or what? You're gonna just be a looky-loo then, huh? Whatever. Whatever yanks your chain. Oh, hey Chuck. How you doing today, man? A run to the big city, huh? That sounds scary. I think I might have an extra Linus blanket if you need one. uh, Giving a shit, man. I've aged a little bit. What do you think? All right, man. Hopefully we'll see you. Are you gonna go to town first, or are you gonna come back? We must reboot, reboot, reboot. We must reboot. No, just kidding. Whack, whack, whack. For those two looky-loos looking and watching and doing whatever they're doing. Hmm. um, uh, uh, Huh. Hmm. Hmm.
So this is the Podium. Today we're gonna see how well it works. I usually do not like these things because they're very low quality and I always seem to have problems with them. We're gonna see what this thing is capable of. There's no screen button. Oh, here we go. So it has a light and there's a cigarette lighter adapter. So let's test the voltage because if this is NMC and not lithium iron phosphate, this needs to be regulated. 13.3 volts. That's great. Maybe this is lithium iron phosphate. Oh, it is lithium iron phosphate. That's nice. Now let's test the inverter. Oh, wow, look at that. The on-screen display is horribly inaccurate. You have 550 watts down here, and it only shows 130 watts up here. That's a bad sign. Let's try a purely resistive load and see if that changes it. 400 watts, 400 watts. So now it's working. All right, 627 watts. Or better yet, let's try both of these, and we'll just pull 500 watts from this. It's actually running the load. It's doing like 20 watts over, actually. Nice. Uh-oh. Let's try that again. All right, we'll do 400. Let's see how long it can last with that. It is a little bit warm, but it's still doing pretty good. We're at 20% state of charge. It says it will only run for 8 more minutes, even though this is inaccurate. So yeah, let's see what happens. So at 550, it should turn off. Oh, the time is 5:45, so it did not make it. It says 0%. Yeah, this state of charge indicator and watt meter is just totally inaccurate. Let's connect some AC power and see what happens. Oh, look at that. 500 watts, that's almost a 1C rate for this size battery. This is a million times better than a Jackery. Isn't a Jackery like 200 watts? Jackery charge speed. I cannot speak, guys. My speech is getting worse. So Jackery 500, almost the same watt hour capacity as this. It takes 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. This charges in 1 hour. And theirs is $500. Let's look up how much this thing costs because it's pretty impressive. Oh, it does cost $50 more, but you do have more capacity and more output and more input. So, and a better chemistry than a Jackery. So this kills the Jackery in pretty much every way. It just has an awful state of charge and watt meter. They need to make it look cooler like the Bluetti. Bluetti makes a really nice looking solar generator. They could have had nice colors on here, but they chose dark gray with black. It's just so boring. Like, look at this. Marketing done right. Make it bright yellow.
Yeah.
Jackery has good marketing, that's for sure. That's why people buy them, I think. Because why would anyone buy a Jackery? I've made so many videos about all the downsides. Like, who in their right mind would do that? Let's look up the Bluetti and see the equivalent power station. The Bluetti has one for $479. It has the same capacity as this, but it has an 800 watt output inverter. I would choose that any day. Most of the other stats are the same though, but this one's also lithium iron phosphate. And this does a surge of 1,000 watts. That's incredible. And it has a wireless charging pad. Yeah, these guys really need to copy Bluetti because they're doing it right. And it has 4 AC outlets instead of 2. So yeah, this beats it in every regard, and it's cheaper. Well, that's a bummer. I don't want to test it anymore if you can buy something that's better for cheaper. Let's just open it up and see what the build quality is like, because I do not like the build quality on the outside. It looks very boring, and I've never heard of this company before. So let's see what it looks like on the inside. Actually, first, let's test the solar input and see how much power this thing can handle. 120 watts? That's nothing. This one does 200 watts. You guys really need to do some more market research and see what other people are doing, because you clearly did not. Let's just try it anyways. Does the DC input not work? Did it blow the fuse? I think it blew the fuse in here. Let's cut this apart. It doesn't even come with an adapter for MC4, which is strange. Oh no, it's one of those. The sheath is the negative. We're doing exactly 120 watts. Why don't you guys bump that up to 200 so you're competitive? Or better yet, 220 watts. It shouldn't cost that much more. But it is working as advertised, so that's good. We haven't tested these smaller units in a while, but I can see why people are buying the legs still. So let's open this thing up and see what's inside. Technically, there's high voltage, so we need to turn this off. Do not want to do this at home. This BMS is tiny. Holy cow. Here's the bank of FETs, the bleed off resistors for the balance function, little control circuit, and it is thin. They should do this on all of them. This is actually really nice. Oh, these cells are hot. Dang, it did not like that test we did. And I can't get it out. I think it's glued in there. There we go. Oh! We had a little short circuit. Dang, it caught my desk on fire. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. And these cells are 6,000 milliamp hours at 3.2 volts. So 19.2 watt hours each. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 614 watt hours. Wait a second. Oh, the battery capacity is 614 watt hours. For some reason, I thought it was 700, but that's just the inverter. Holy cow, it smells really bad still. Oh, this is what happened. This thing touched it. That's why I covered this in electrical tape. I can't believe it made it through. Oh, well. Overall, not that bad. It's mediocre, but I think there's better options on the market for less money. So I don't think many people are going to buy this, but they did do a good job. It did work. The state of charge indicator and watt meter were just awful, and the build quality looks horrific on the outside. You really need to hire a different designer and make it look better. But it did work. Now, if it had special features or a better price, I would do a full capacity test. But I don't think anyone's going to buy it, so yeah, I just ripped into it. But yeah, I hope you guys liked the video. Quick teardown, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Good morning and afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back to another video here from the Off-Grid Garage in sunny hot Australia. We have, hang on, this is the Seplos battery I'm still testing. We have 24 amps outside. This is actually less amps than we have temperature outside. Anyway, in this video we don't want to talk about the Seplos battery or any other battery. We want to talk about the ZKE or CKE tester, CKE tech tester, the big Chinese cracker, the EBC A40L. and the smaller brother EBC A20. So anyway, Michael has sent me an email a while back and said, well, you need to be aware of the CKE tester. They have a major safety problem or safety concern. And he explained everything in his email. And I want to do the test today and see if this is happening with my two testers as well. In his email, he was only talking about the big Chinese cracker, the A40L, the 40 amp charge and discharge tester. But I want to do the same test with a small EBC A20 tester as well. And the problem he found out about is only if the tester is connected to the computer. If you use the tester just by itself and program the charge and discharge cycle within the tester, there's no issue. The tester works just fine. The problem is when it is being connected to a computer for external control and collecting data and creating these beautiful graphs. So, and as always, we have our test battery here connected to the big Chinese cracker, the 40 amp tester, positive and negative, including the voltage sense cables. I have also connected the USB cable on the back of the machine. So, and then we start our EB tester software. Man, it has been a while since we used this software, right? We should do more battery testing here. Actually, we will very, very soon. So we select the right COM port and connect. And we can now see here the voltage of our connected battery cell. And we can now tell the tester to constant voltage charge to 3.65 volts with a cutoff current of 5 amps and a test current of 40 amps. And then we can click on start and it will start the tester for us through the PC software. And at the same time, we can see these beautiful graphs coming up, current and voltage. And we have used this 1,000 times here on the channel. So what Michael has found out now is that the charger is now under PC control. You can see this in display. It says PC there. It is connected to a computer and all the control is coming from the computer. So he found out that if the tester loses connection to the computer while testing, it just keeps doing the task, whatever it is set to. So in this case, it would keep charging with 40 amps. But here's the problem. Not only until we hit 3.65 volts. No, it would keep charging forever. This stop voltage we have set is only here in the computer. And it's controlled and monitored from the computer software, not from the tester. So whenever the computer crashes now within your test, there's a good potential that you will fully destroy, fully overcharge your battery cell. And today we want to test this out, fully charge this battery cell and see if the tester actually turns off at 3.65 volt without the computer being connected anymore. And I want to do the same at the bottom, discharging the battery all the way down to 2.5 and see if the tester keeps discharging if it loses connection to the computer. And afterwards, I want to do the same with the small one, with the A20 tester, and see if it also keeps charging and discharging without the computer. Because this would be really a major safety concern with these devices then. And you as the user or tester need to be aware of that. Okay, I know this battery cell is about 60% charged, so it will take another hour or so until we hit 100%. We are at 3.4 volts at the moment. So I guess I'll be back once the battery gets full and then we either turn off the computer or just pull the USB cable and see if the tester actually turns off at 3.65 volts or if it keeps charging until the battery cell explodes. Yeah, this is why I have my red warning t-shirt on. Okay, my friends, we have now reached the 3.5 volts of our battery cell. I have actually reduced the charge current from 3.65 to 3.5 because I wanted to be live on camera here when we hit the 3.65 volts. So let's go in here and stop the test for a moment. And then we change this one here back to 3.65 volts and we continue our test. So we are at 3.5 volts now. And this is already like 99.5% state of charge. So it will not take long to hit the 3.65 volts now. So we can see here nicely how the curve goes now up from around 3.45. There's 3.45. We can see the voltage is actually increasing in the battery, and now it's shooting up. 3.65 we have reached now. We should see the voltage going constant. There it is. And now the current is tapering off down to 0, but we will cut off at 5 amps, and then the battery is 100% fully charged. So this is how it normally works, right? But apparently this control mechanism to stop charging or to hold the voltage constant at 3.65 volts is coming from the computer software, not from the tester itself, if it is connected via USB to the computer. And we want to test if this is true. Okay, let's discharge the battery again a bit, and then we do the test again and pull the USB cable before we hit the 3.65 volt and see what is happening. Okay, so I'm now discharging the battery with 40 amps down to 2.5 volts, but I'm running the test only for 1 minute, and then the tester will turn off automatically. Okay, there we go. There was 1 minute, and we will go back to constant voltage charging. 40 amps, 3.65 volts. Cutoff current is 5 amps. And now we start the charging again, and then we pull the USB cable and see what happens. Okay, it is now charging. And now we simulate losing connection to the computer. So it is under PC control. You can see the graph is coming up. And let's disconnect the USB cable. It is disconnected now. It is still charging with 40 amps. You can see the voltage here rising. The computer doesn't show anything anymore. It just stopped. Can you believe exactly in the moment when the charger actually stopped itself, the battery was empty and recording stopped. Okay, let's quickly redo this test and I'll show you what happened. Okay. We are back online now, this time with a full battery and the camera. Charging with 40 amps to 3.65 volts, 5 amp, disconnect current, and let's start. All right. Computer has now started the tester to do exactly that, and I'll disconnect the USB again. There, recording on the computer stops, but we are keeping charging. But it seems like there is a function that the tester stops charging at around 3.6, 3.7 volts, like a safety function. Let's observe this again with a full battery in the camera. 5, 5.6 almost. 6, 7, yeah, around 3.67 I could see. And now the charger has stopped, has terminated the current. So there is a safety circuit inside the charger actually to prevent your battery from exploding if your computer crashes or you disconnect the USB cable. Okay, I would say the big Chinese cracker, the EBC A40L, is safe to use even when your computer crashes or you disconnect the USB. Let's test the smaller EBC A20 as well and see if it has such a safety function as well. Okay, I'm doing exactly the same here as well. We are discharging the battery with 20 amps. This is the maximum the A20 can do, 20 amps. Makes sense, right? To 2.5 volts, but only for 1 minute to discharge it a bit. And then we start charging again to 3.65 and see if the tester turns off when we disconnect the cable. Okay, I have set all the parameters now. So we're charging with 5 amps. This is the maximum charging current this little tester can do. To 3.65 volts, cutoff is 1 amp, but we will disconnect the USB cable once we start charging. So let's start. Okay, so this should take a bit longer now because we are charging with 5 amps only. Okay, I would say let's disconnect the USB cable. There's my proof. It says PC connected. And the computer software stops running. But here we are still charging with 5 amps, 3.466. And now we have to wait until we hit the 3.65. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, 3.6 volts. .64, 3.65. Oh, look at this. This one actually stops at 3.65 volts, even with the computer disconnected now. Oh, that is very impressive. Okay, so there's no safety concern here either. And now the current tapers off until 1 amp, I guess. And then the whole charging process stops. Okay, 1.05. Yep, stops at 1 amp charge current. Everything is fine. That's interesting. Okay, well, we got this all set up here and the battery is fully charged. I'll do the same test with a big charger again, but here we limit the charge current to 5 amps as well. I just want to see if it actually overshoots to 3.65 volts because we are charging so fast with 40 amps at this point of time then. Let's reduce the charge current here and repeat this test. Okay, so I have now set the big tester with the same values as the small tester. We are charging with 5 amps up to 3.65 volts and cutoff is 1 amp. And we start process from the computer initiated. Everything seems fine. And we are disconnecting the USB again. So losing connection to the computer. And the tester, of course, keeps running.
With Tello Mobile, young is a state of mind and freedom is a choice. Tello phone plans keep you connected.
Okay, we have reached 3.6 volts. Charging still with 5 amps. 3.65 we have reached. And we can see the same behavior as with the small one. So it actually keeps the voltage at 3.65 volts and the current is tapering off. And I think at 1 amp we will see the battery disconnecting as well, which could take a moment now. It's absorbing. But again, the battery is not being overcharged. Even the USB connection is disconnected to the computer. So there is actually a safety mechanism built in both testers, which is fantastic. All right, and it has finished charging at 3.65 volts, 1 amp disconnect. Everything is good. Okay, up to the next test. Okay, so I'm now going to discharge the battery fully to 2.7 volts with 40 amps. So this should take around, it's 100 amp per hour divided by 40. That's 2.5 hours around. It is now 5 p.m., 7:30 p.m. It will be a late night show, but I'll be back then. Yeah. All right, it is now 8 p.m. And we have now discharged the battery to 2.7 volts. So let me change this now to 2.5. 2.50. And we continue our test, right? Yep, everything is connected to the computer still. Okay, let's start. And disconnect the computer. And see what is happening. So we're discharging with 40 amps to 2.5 volts. And 2.55. We're almost there. Will it stop? Or does it keep discharging? No, it stops at 2.5 as well. So the safety mechanism has kicked in. Perfect. Okay, let's quickly try this one again with the same settings and see if this one turns off. But I'm almost certain it will. So I have now recharged the battery just a bit, and we are going to discharge with 5 amps down to 2.5 and see if the tester turns off as well when we disconnect the USB. Okay, we're discharging right now. And let's pull the pin. That's it, disconnected. Keeps discharging. And what was that? Ah, it has actually turned off. It doesn't make a sound. I was waiting for the click, but it doesn't make a click. It just stops discharging. Okay, perfect. We could see the off actually there. So it also stops at 2.5 volt. It doesn't discharge any further, even when you disconnect the USB cable to your computer. So all good. But this is actually not what Michael or Micha did. He didn't charge or discharge to the extremes of the battery cell. He set the tester to 3.2 volts and then discharged the battery while he was pulling the cable out, and it didn't stop at 3.2 volts, and it kept discharging potentially down to 2.5 volts, but it didn't stop at the programmed threshold. And this is exactly what I want to test in the last test here. So I've just recharged the battery for a moment. Discharge constant current. Let's do the 20 amps, and we go here to 2.7 volts, and let's see what it does. Okay, so it is now discharging. I probably should turn this up to 40, right? Adjust. Okay, discharging with 40 amps now, and disconnecting the USB cable, so the computer freezes basically. And now we have to watch the display. So 2.7 is what we told the tester to do, but potentially it goes further down to 2.5 and then stops discharging. Let's see. Okay, it even stops at 2.7 volts. That's exactly what I have programmed. So it actually saves the settings inside the tester as well, not only on the computer. So I cannot confirm, well, it's not happening to me, obviously. Well, sorry, Michael, I couldn't confirm your concerns about the safety of these testers when the connection to the computer fails while a test is running. So both testers, the EBC A40 and the EBC A20, have passed the test at 3.65 volts and 2.5 volts. They're both turning off regardless if the computer is connected or not. So 110% safe. Well, and if you haven't got one of these amazing ZKE testers yet, you can always click on the link under my videos and get one. Because these testers are freaking amazing and also super safe, as we know now. And by the way, have you seen the capacity of our test battery here? When I just discharged it from 3.65 volts down to 2.7 volts, it was 108 ampere hours. 108 ampere hours for a 100 ampere hour lithium-ion phone.
What's up, Thomas?
Oh, hey, I didn't know you had me back up.
Sorry.
I don't even know what we were listening to, but I was listening for the past 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. That's this guy that he's got his garage is all run off of solar, and he does testing on batteries, he does testing on testers, he does testing on
Okay.
DMRs.
Yeah,
Anything
I've seen
to do,
people that have battery boxes and run their houses off solar.
yeah, he does basically testing on anything that has to do with solar, and he usually does a pretty good job, and he lives in Australia.
He lives in Australia.
Yep.
There's a guy that I saw a video he put out. He lives in New Zealand, and he for his power he converted an old washing machine into a hydroelectric generator, and he had a local creek on his property. Turning the washing machine, it generated power for him.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen that conversion. I checked that out a long time ago. That looked like a good idea, but you just got to have the running water to power it.
I literally just saw a post of a video. It's originally on YouTube, but the post was on Telegram of a man that died like a few days after he released an electric car that doesn't need a battery. It seems that when you tend to go against the power companies, you tend to run into some severe bad luck.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that had to do with magnets. I've seen a lot of magnet things. I think the magnet thing could work, but it's a lot of weight, and you have to get them just right. I've seen a lot of these things, so they try to say free, power or whatever, and a lot of them are just bullshit.
A lot of them are, and they're gonna kill you or take your product if you make one that really does do something, I mean, have you heard of the Baghdad battery? It's a battery that was used thousands of years ago.
No, hang on. What's up? What's up, dude? Feeling better? I was feeling sick? I thought you were something wrong with your tummy. Hang on a minute, man. I'm going to talk to my grandson.
We got you, yeah. No problem. If anyone's listening, I don't know, but the Baghdad battery was a battery that, like in the ancient times of Mesopotamia, would only power a light. Like they didn't have an electrical grid or things they really used electricity for. So it's written, but it's like this battery that uses urine or any other. You could use vinegar as the one of the methodologies by which you create, current within this battery. It's really a potential difference between things. And anyway, it's a cool battery that runs a trickle charge basically forever. You recharge the battery by pouring vinegar or pee into it, and it'll forever run a light. You just, not forever, I guess the light will run, the battery will run for days or weeks, months, something like that, and you just re-piss in it.
So say hi to my grandson, one of my grandsons.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. And yourself?
That's great. I'm doing all right. I started a fire in the house, so it feels good in here.
No work today?
Nah, not usually on Saturdays, especially. I've got a son now, so they know I'm not putting in any volunteer work for overtime unless I need it.
Yeah. I forgot it was Saturday.
Did you?
Half the time, I don't know what day of the week it is. There's no reason to pay attention to it. I do the same thing every day. I get up, I take a shit, I get the coffee going, I fucking take a hit, roll a cigarette, and I'm good to go.
Hell yeah. I mean, I am working today. I cleaned 2 rooms of the house that, chores get neglected with a long work week and dealing with a child by yourself. But, yeah, I've done personal work today.
Yeah.
Screaming at flat tards. Not that matters. That's no work.
I watched this video earlier. It was about this guy. He kept getting Harley Davidson gift cards because he knows his family knows that he loves bikes or whatever. So he kept getting them these Harley Davidson gift cards, and he's like, I wonder if you could actually buy a Harley motorcycle with gift cards. And it was a video on it. It's pretty funny. I had that queued up next if nobody showed up. I was just sitting there watching videos while I sat here. Oh, my lonesome.
Now I've just been doing random stuff around the house. I missed Paul's cast because I was on Dick's channel, Freedom Growers channel, and he had in my opinion, a controversial person up, but fuck my opinion. And then, yeah, it's just been a normal Saturday, I guess. I love my days off, even though they end up being full of the work that I'm unable to do for myself because I work for someone else. Which I guess we all deal with that.
Gotta take her as she comes, one day at a time, one step at a time.
But it's cool, though. I've been working on contracting and networking with people so that way I can start my own business and what I do without actually involving the government, creating an LLC or whatever, and just kind of operate privately doing the same thing. It's pretty cool.
I know she's got some killer monkeys.
Yeah, I was just like looking on my thing.
And by the way, you're real low on my end.
She definitely reminds me every fucking day why I named her this shit.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
fucking day.
Oh, yeah.
She's always getting me things.
But she's over there sniffing around right now.
It's funny too, because like when Buster's outside and they're bringing him in, she'll fucking like run right beside him and Buster's walking, and he'll just look down at her like, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
Wait for him to go.
And they know he's just a big softie, so they'll fuck with him now. Before, when he used to growl at him,
Did he?
when they first got him, his little lip would curl up and he'd go like. And they'd run away at first, from him. But now they just look at him like, dude, you ain't fucking fooling nobody.
Yeah. That's awesome, dude. He'd be like, "Bleh."
It's funny though. At nighttime, if I put him out at nighttime, that's when he fucking becomes a guard dog. I don't care who you are, dude. At nighttime, until he can actually know who you are, he'll be all fucking. When I lived out there in Foster at nighttime,
Oh, yeah.
oh, because we had that huge long
Oh,
driveway.
yeah.
He fucking you could see his hair just standing up, and that's hard because that hair's like fucking horsehair.
Is it?
So when it stands up on fucking end, it's he's got all wild up. Yeah, they're fucking in heat. Here you go.
Are they?
Yeah. So no plans, just you and the kids sitting around?
It's got berry taste. Ooh. Ooh.
That tastes pretty good. I wasn't sure what it tastes like already. It tastes not too bad.
It's like a fruity berry taste.
You and your fruity berries.
Mm.
Every time.
Yeah.
I think you are just a fruity berry.
I do say that every time. Well, you get fruity dab, dude. I don't know what it is.
To match my fruity personality.
Yeah. Very much so.
I think, Jack's coming over.
Is he?
Yeah.
Sweet one. Shit. I did mention one thing.
Yeah.
What are you doing, bro? Coming over right now?
Saying hi to Grandpa and some of my other grandkids.
You talking about?
Yeah, you're here.
Light one lighter.
Fuck yeah,
Oh,
man!
hey.
I just lost one. I had to take 2 lighters. To
So,
make
do you
one
got
more.
any small butane cans?
Not offhand that are empty.
Okay. No. That are empty.
No, I don't have any that are
Do
empty.
you have any that aren't?
I
You got
got
like new ones?
no. Why?
Because I was looking for the caps. You know how they have the pieces? So look, I can't refill this lighter because I don't have that piece. My piece got taken off of my lid, and so I can't refill it because I don't have that attachment for my butane line or my butane.
Mm.
But look, it's the square one. So
Yeah.
if you have one of the square ones, you
I've
should use
only
it.
seen round ones.
Hey, Grandpa.
A round tip.
Well, a lid comes with like 5 of them.
Yeah, they're all round.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that one. It's square, dude.
I can't fucking see. You know
That's
that.
weird. Yeah.
What the fuck do you think you're talking to? Some fucking 20-year-old?
Oh, that feels good.
Buster says, "Here I am, you two. Pet me." Hey, Grandpa, you got Wi-Fi, right? Can I
Yeah.
borrow it?
What do you mean?
Wi-Fi at our house.
Do what?
We don't have Wi-Fi in our house
Why?
because we didn't pay it.
Well, no, something was wrong with it, and fucking we weren't able to get down there, and now Mom fucking down there. So I was
If you
gonna go
can
down
get
there.
it over there, you're more than welcome to
I
use it.
can connect to it. It has a very, very far radius.
Are you trying to connect your Switch to it?
No, I'm connecting the computer so I can watch some PD.
Yeah. Okay.
Paradise PD.
So, did you leave me? Hello, is anybody out there?
I'm here, man.
Can you hear me? Hey, so just you and the kid just hanging at the house?
Yeah, just me and my son right here. He's getting antsy, and I'm eating my dinner, and he wants to grab it.
Well, of course. That's part of his job description.
He scared me earlier. He's in his walker, and I had the dinner tray up when I ate earlier today, and he went over to it and grabbed it and like yoked everything off of the damn like dinner tray in the living room, and it scared me. I'm like, wow, I'm so like I didn't think he would get into that yet. I'm very glad he didn't hurt himself pulling something down onto his head.
Oh yeah, the old expression goes, especially with kids, where there's a will, there's a way, and they figure shit out. I've seen some of those videos like where the kid's in the crib and they'll sit there and they'll use their brother to, get themselves out. They'll use stuffed animals, pillows. So it's amazing all the different things they can think of.
Yeah, he's getting into it already.
Like
But that's all right. It's part of his growth.
Nanny cam.
I've got one of those. Yeah, I have one. I haven't set it up yet because he's still sleeping in the same room as me. But I'm rarely like he's in his walker and I'm one room away. So like earlier I was doing dishes and he was in the living room because it's easier to get around for him there. Anyway, yeah, they get into whatever, and he's he's still young. I didn't expect him to travel as far as he did. He's really getting moving in that thing.
It's really funny because a friend of Anna just had a kid, I don't know, 6, 8 months ago. And right before the kid got born, I'd be riding around the neighborhood and I'd see this brand new toy. It looked like a brand new toy just sitting on the side of the street. So I'd pick it up and I'd go, do you think they'd like this? And she's like, yeah. And anyway, I got them this, it was a car, but it's like a Flintstone car. You do it with your feet. And he was in it the other day, and I guess he tried racing one of the dogs. She said she couldn't believe it. That little kid was booking.
Yeah, his walker, he's obviously being held up by the walker, and he's walking around with his feet because he can't walk yet. But
Yeah.
one of his aunt got him, like, you remember Power Wheels?
Oh, yeah.
It's like that, but it's smaller for a younger age, and it's got like joysticks, like if you're running an excavator or like a skid steer, so he can just ride around the house like he's fucking Doc Ock or whatever, Professor Xavier X, whatever his name is.
Yeah. I've never seen one with a joystick. I've always seen them with steering wheels.
Yeah, this is like, and it was cheap as heck too, and it comes with a remote control, so he's too young to really get an idea about moving himself with the joystick, so you can just drive him around the house with it, with a controller.
That's cool. Reverse.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. It'll stay in place and do circles.
That's funny.
Yeah, some cheap product that I'm sure will break soon, but it's nifty. And it's nice that he's got little things like that.
That's like a friend of my son's at work had a scooter, and I guess the scooter broke down, and he told my son about it. So my son ended up buying this battery from him, and he's like, I guess the guy threw the scooter away, and I'm like, dude, I could have fixed that for you. I'm like, there's only a few parts really to these electric bikes and scooters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 3, maybe 4 things depending on the controller. And he's like, oh, he thought about, seeing about getting it fixed, but he just threw it away. So now he's got an electric bike that's been in the shop for over 3 months. So that tells me these fucking dumb shits don't know what the fuck's wrong with it. And I'm like, how hard can it be? You got the motor, you got a controller, and you got your fucking throttle, and maybe a display if it's, that type of controller.
Yep, and the battery.
Yeah, and the battery, and there's like, 4 or 5 fucking things, and that's it. I'm like, you take one off, you check it out, put it on a different bike, see if it works. If it works, that part's good, go on, so forth and so on. And most of these damn controllers have the same fucking plugs for all the displays and shit.
Yeah, so certain people, I don't know. They're not trying to do it themselves. Apparently the shop isn't even trying to do it. I'm not trying to fix it up.
It's kind of like this other person took their car to the dealership, and the dealership says, oh, your alternator's out. That'll be $300 for me to tell you your alternator's out.
Man, I've taken, so I do a lot of work on my own car. The only time I really take it to shops is to get well, I guess I don't do it anymore, but previously it was to get the state inspection sticker. And they try to get you for everything. They're like, well, you need new brakes, and that's going to cost $100, and you need new whatever, and you know what I mean? It's like, the inspection is $40. You tell me what's wrong with it, I'm going to go fix it.
Right.
And certain places really try to jam you up with all types of stuff. You take it somewhere else, and they're like, yeah, it's just your hood latch is broken. You just need a new hood latch, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
And I built my own, and it passed inspection because I didn't want to rewire that whole cord.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to do a lot of brake jobs up in Seattle. I'd tell people, go take your stuff to Les Schwab. I don't care what their bill says. I'll break it by 50%, and I'd make hands over money. Because they'll charge you a part like for $100, and I can get it for 50 or less. So they're making twice the money off the parts, alone their expensive labor.
Right. And they charge you, like, if they can change brakes in 10 minutes, but the book says it takes 30 minutes, they're charging you for 30.
No, you get charged for a full hour.
Yeah, or whatever the book. It says, at least around here, like a Toyota mechanic, there's some book that says a brake change is supposed to take 1 hour. Right. They'll do it in 10 minutes and charge you for the whole hour because that's what the book says.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, the biggest part is they'll charge you twice as much for the part that it costs, easy, if not more. So
that's the case in every profession, man. Yeah. Fucking HVAC, it's like 6 times.
Oh yeah, some of it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm grateful that my father is a very competent HVAC mechanic, and he's taught me a lot about that, and that bleeds over into everything. So I almost never have to take my car to a mechanic, and if I do need a mechanic, I call a family member or a friend who knows about it, and I try to get the information to do it myself. Because they don't want to fix it, but they don't mind telling me how to do it.
Right. Yeah, I know I can pretty much fix almost anything on the car. There's some things I won't touch, but I've never came across those problems necessarily myself. But like if somebody asks me to work on their car, I've told everybody, if I know how to do it, I'll tell you I know how to do it. You can count on it. If I don't, I'll tell you, because I ain't one of these people that say, oh yeah,
I can get her done, and then 6 months later, your car's in 27,000 parts, and you, oh, I don't know what went wrong. I
Yeah, I
got,
got a buddy that does that.
I seem to have an extra part or two. I don't know. I swear they work from this car though. Really, you should be okay. Just don't
Yeah,
hit
so
any.
like I've changed the heater core out in a car, but you got to take off the whole dash panel, and it's so fucking involved and so ridiculous. I literally like I'd rather buy a new car and sell the one I have than change the heater core or pay someone else to do it because they know it's a 10-hour job, so they're gonna fucking charge you for it.
Yeah, most of the cars are like that. There are some that are pretty easy. A lot of it depends though too if it's got air conditioning or not. If it's got
And
the
this
air,
is an '88 Thunderbird.
yeah, if it's got air conditioning in it in that same box, then it makes it a lot harder because you got to disconnect your air conditioning and all that kind of shit. So it'll cost you twice as much money. But I've had a few cars, the older cars. There was like in the old Ford, there was just a door right in the front of the box. You open that door and you could get, all you had to do was undo the hoses and then pull the heater core out and throw another one in.
They don't want it to
Really,
be like that anymore. Like old trucks are like that's why people buy like old Humvees from the military or whatever because it's real easy to just get in there and change something. But these days they jam pack everything. They purposefully make it a pain in the ass so that way you do take it to a mechanic. It's fucked up.
yeah.
I've had to it's so hard to get anything worked on around here. Like I've got a work truck that belongs to the company that pays my corporation bill. And like I'd have to jump through so many hoops to get that truck fixed that I just do the labor myself. I won't buy the parts myself. Like I'd take it in if it's something that's serious. But like the tailgate, it's a 2015 Chevy 2500, and the tailgate, like it messes up on all of them. If you lock it, it's going to get gummed up, and you're not going to be able to unlock it or open the tailgate without taking apart the tailgate and moving the mechanism with your hands yourself or rigging it. So I got to do that type of shit. They're paying me to do mechanic services instead of surveying services, and they don't even know it because they don't make it easy to get their shit worked on.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is finding a shop nowadays that actually knows what they're doing. I watch this one guy all the time. He'll get cars from, all this car's been to 12 shops. 4 of them were dealerships, and you need a whole new wiring harness, and he'll, look at it, and they're like, it's funny because I'd say probably 6 out of 10 of his videos there'll be no parts required because he'll actually take a part of fucking electrical part, look at the board, and see if it's just desoldered somewhere, if the solder's broke or whatever, and he'll fucking resolder it instead of making that person buy a $800 part that took them 5
Yeah, that's
minutes.
nice.
You don't find very many people that do that kind of shit anymore.
Not at all. Not at all. My dad knows about a guy in DC that will actually rebuild your transmission for you instead of just telling you need a new one and slapping it in, and you end up spending $400 or $500 instead of $2,000. It's real nice.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to find those people that, like I said, know what they're doing and are good at it and take pride in their work.
Yeah, and I've been up
Now,
there before, and you would never know it. It's like an Asian man in a Latin part of town that used to be a black part of town, and it doesn't even look like a mechanic shop from the outside. It's like down an alley. You would never know that it's there unless you lived in the area or somebody told you about it.
right. Well, it's kind of like most of the best foods I've ever had have been in a little hole in the walls.
Hell yeah. I went to a German restaurant in DC, and I literally had to walk through a different restaurant to get to the back where the German restaurant is. And it was so German, the whole menu was in German, and every server only spoke German. So I had to find like words that I recognize and point to it.
But it was good shit, huh?
Fuck yeah. And same thing, like authentic Italian food. It's way different than American Italian food.
Oh yeah.
There ain't ne'er one a tomato on a dish when you deal with Italian food. Maybe there's some sort of tomato, but it's not in the sauce. It's just like half a tomato.
Yeah, isn't that weird that we think that everything's got to have tomato sauce on it?
Yeah, that doesn't fly. There's no such thing as Alfredo in Italy, or I guess there is, but what I'm getting at is that's not an Italian thing. That's an American thing.
Yeah. I like some good Alfredo.
I like to experiment with cooking, and you can make your own Alfredo. It's basically just a creamy gravy when you add garlic and Parmesan to it, like copious amounts.
Yeah.
And that's Alfredo. This is like a creamy garlic Parmesan gravy. You know, make your roux with your flour, add your cream. And I'm sure there's a little bit more to it to pizzazz it up, but that's the base of it.
Yeah, my mom used to do a lot of that. We call it double boiled, where you make things, have a pan of water, then you have another pan inside of it to cook like your cream sauces or, stuff like you're making up so it doesn't get too hot. You can control the heat a little bit more.
I like to camp, and I bring like gas stoves with me. I hear they're about to ban these gas, butane, and propane cooking stoves, and I'm sure they're probably talking about home heating stoves, but they get super hot, and you can really fuck up, like really sear well. If you know how to cook with high heat, you can really do good with these dishes and stuff. And I love to do that. It's one of the things that I get a lot of pleasure in, is being outside, cooking outside, eating outside, sleeping outside. I don't know, it's fun.
Oh yeah, and it's good for the heart and soul too. I think it's I think it's home gas stoves. I heard about that too. They want to get rid of them because it's putting so much shit out in the air or whatever supposedly.
No, that's bullshit. You know how much? So they say it's carbon issues. Not only is carbon what all life is made out of, that's what trees and plants breathe, but the earth puts out more carbon than humans can even think about. If, like, the sinkholes, the huge ones you might see in other countries, those are like burps in the earth, and they release more carbon than we could ever release in like 100 years in one burp, and they happen multiple times a year throughout the world. So it's like it's all a lie. It's all a fallacy that whatever burning some fucking oil or gas is going to create so much carbon that's going to harm something. Like, that's how plants breathe, is carbon. That's what we're made of, is carbon.
No, come on now. We all know it's from all the cows farting.
Yeah, that's what it is. So now we all got to be vegetarians. We got to eat the Impossible Burgers and the Beyond Burgers and the shit that it's impossible to be a burger. It's beyond what a burger is, and we have to eat it now.
No, it's gonna be grasshoppers. What the hell are you thinking about?
See, I don't even get that either. Like, we want you to eat insects instead of large bovine animals.
Well, we've promised that these grasshoppers won't have too much poisons on them, just a little though, just to, make sure you got a little poison, then slowly at a time, so you'll hopefully build an immune to it.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they got fluoride, man. There's so much damn fluoride in the water around here. I literally smell it. It comes out the tap. It smells like a fucking pool. You know what I mean? You can smell the chlorine, which is very similar to fluorine. Anyway, it's sickening.
Well, I think the reason they do it too is because all of our damn water pipes and underground have been there for who knows, hundreds of years or whatever.
Yeah, but all right. So in my house, all the water pipes are copper, and copper literally is antimicrobial. It kills bacteria.
Yeah, copper.
So I can
think
see
so.
plastic being nasty or iron being nasty and rotting away, but that copper, it doesn't react to water the way iron does, and you know what I mean. It cleans itself. It cleans the things that touch it.
Yeah. Now what they try to do is they'll put like a 6-inch piece of copper. Some of them will put a 6-inch piece of copper right before it goes into the faucet. But a lot of your homes nowadays are all just this PEX.
Yeah, I see them building the water lines in these new neighborhoods that I'm surveying, and everything's plastic pipe. There might be iron pipe or steel pipe somewhere out, you know, in the street, but the one coming into your house is plastic. And yeah,
Yeah,
you're
so
right. It needs to be cleaned every so often.
like I said, it's all PEX now. Both basically, it's been PEX now probably for the last 20 years.
PEX is like similar to PVC.
Yeah,
It's like PVC that you can bend around, right?
yeah, you can bend it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I see going in, and same thing. Sewers all fucking plastic pipes these days too. Like I've been in old places where those sewer lines were like clay pipes, terracotta.
Yeah, they got two types of ways when you're done with the PEX. They got two types of ways you can put your fittings on, and one of them's just like a press fit. Depending on which one you get, usually they work pretty good. Shark bites work the best, but they're really expensive. Or you can do a press band clip. But I think those are two different types of PEX, though, too. I think they got two or three different types of PEX. I've only had to learn from about it because of the trailer, because it's all got PEX in it.
I think I'm gonna have to learn about trailers here soon. I've lived in one or two growing up, but I think that's my next step. I want to get closer to the land. I kind of want to get out of this city region and into a more rural area in the mountains. And I think what I'll do is just get a trailer to live in and build my own house. Probably with brick. I'll just, you know, as I get the money, get the concrete, get the brick, get the mortar, do it myself. Build myself a
Yeah,
house for fucking 10 or 20 grand instead of paying 200,000 for one.
right. I can tell you right now, unless you get a newer one, the first thing that's going to go out is going to be the blower van for the heat. Because you got to figure these trailers are only designed, to use a few months out of the year, not 24/7. And with I've been in three or four different like motorhomes, trailers, and stuff, and every one of them the heater fans always gone out in them first.
See, I don't know if I'm gonna go for a whole trailer and get that shit trucked onto the site, or if I'm gonna get like more smaller, like an RV or camper. But yeah, I know they're a lot of them are built to fucking fall apart, so you have to buy a new one later.
Yeah, I think they all make cheap ones, and I think that some make good ones. This one seems to be pretty good. It's pretty old. I have no leaks in the roof at all. My ceilings are dirty, but I'll never clean them. But overall, it's a pretty good trailer. It's like 38 feet long.
I've lived in two different double wide trailers, like ones that nobody really ever moves, but I guess you could in theory move them.
Yeah, those are probably mobile homes.
Yeah, I guess I'm not saying the right word, but yeah. Yeah, they're big. It feels like a house inside. They're so damn big.
Yeah, the double wides are pretty damn nice. The single wides okay if you only got a couple people. But it's like here, you get with me and both of my dog and her in here in certain places, you're stepping over 27 things just to get to the kitchen.
Yeah, I can bet. And that's something else. Like, I wouldn't call myself a hoarder, but I do have a lot of shit that I guess I don't use as often as I could or should, or things I don't necessarily need but might come in handy later. I wouldn't be able to bring all this shit with me into a trailer. I'd have to build like a huge. This is what my grandfather did. He put a trailer on the property and he built a huge warehouse size, outside garage. before he even bought the house. So he had places to put his shit in before he built his house.
Yeah, I've always kind of saved stuff myself, and every time I'll get rid of something, anywhere between the next day and the next month, I'll need whatever I got rid of,
Yep.
and then it'll
Plus,
cost
in
me
these trying.
a
Sorry to
couple
interrupt you,
hundred.
Larry.
No, it's all right. It'll cost me a couple $100 to get what I had laying out in the backyard.
Right, and like in these trying times, you never know if like something that you don't really find value in now might be super valuable later. You know what I mean? Like I don't need this old telescope today, and like tomorrow that may be the best way to help myself. Start a fire. I don't know.
See him coming?
Yeah, see him coming. Now I got different types of scopes, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
But no, I'm not scared of like people coming. If people come and want to do wrong, like I don't know, you're gonna do what you're gonna do to me. And I know we all want to stay alive and stay free, but if someone's gonna do wrong and fuck my life up for nothing, then that's what they're gonna do, and I can deal with that.
Well, it's funny. After my oldest boy turned 18, he started like more or less investing in guns, and I'm like, dude, why are you getting all these damn guns? He's like, well, because these zombies, they could come, and you never know when they're gonna be here. And so I asked him here, I don't know, a few years back. I'm like, you still, collecting weapons? And he's like, haven't stopped. And I went, I looked at his shit, and it's like, dude, you got enough fucking shit here for a small army. And he's like, and
That's the point.
yeah,
But no, I mean it's better than fiat currency. You get paid whatever, you know, you're getting $2,000 every so often, and you spend that on a gun. That gun is the same value as time goes on. That $2,000, you know what I mean? Eggs used to be $1, now they're $5 around me.
I think
Gun
he's
used to be $500, now it's $2,000. That gun is keeping its value. Those eggs are keeping its value. It's the money that's going down.
yeah. I think I can't remember. I think it's a 9. I could be wrong. I don't remember who makes it, but he's got one that's you can't use it unless it's his fingerprint. And then once he puts his finger on it, a laser beam shows where it's gonna hit.
Wow, that's fucking weird. I've never seen a gun up, you know, in person. I've heard about those.
Oh, I have. He's like, here, he's like, as soon as you grab the trigger, you don't even have to pull it. As soon as he puts his finger on the trigger, the laser beam will come up, and he's like, you try it. And I tried it, and I'm like, where's the button? He started laughing. He goes, there is no button. I go, well, how the fuck do you get the laser shit on? He goes, it's fingerprinted. And I'm like, what the fuck?
What I don't like about that is now, say my wife can't go to defending herself with my gun or my son. What I don't like about that is if it can recognize my fingerprint and knows when someone else is on the gun and won't allow them to shoot. What if I need to use the gun and it's not allowing me to shoot?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's only got that one that's like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no. I mean, I just wouldn't have that as my only form of protection.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, someone that's slick with a bow and arrow can do almost as much damage as someone with a gun.
Yeah.
Granted, your range is different, your capacity is different, but your speed's different. But if you're savvy with that bow and arrow, you can lay back a few motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, you can lay some arrows pretty fucking quick. I've seen them do it. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's something else I need to get into. I have a compound bow, and I've fucked with that as a kid, but I need to really get into like recurve and make my own bows and whatever. That's just a great skill to have.
For speed, though, I don't think you could use a compound. Could you? I think you'd have to be like a regular bull to be able to get the speed out.
Yeah. I think you're right too. I think a recurve bow is like one of the best normal bows. And that's the thing about the compound bow is like you got to pull it super hard, and then it gets past a certain point, and it gets easy to hold back. And they usually launch harder than a recurve bow. But like you said, that takes more time.
You got a little more power, but it takes a little longer.
You could do it. You could figure it out. But I don't know. I think it's a great skill to have, and I'm not super good at it. Hell, I'm not
Yeah.
super good at guns. I can shoot something when I need to, but like if we're shooting skeet, you might be better than me. You know what I mean? I'd still need. I don't do it enough. You know what I
Right.
mean? It's the type of thing like if you do it all the time, you're going to be good at it. I've done it a handful of times, so I don't have the same experience.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like shooting basketball. You're not really calculating anything. You're feeling it. You know?
Right. That's a good analogy, though.
Yeah, or pool or something. You're not really mapping out all the angles. You're just kind of if it's going to work or not.
Yeah. Well, we got 4 looky-loos, I guess. Thinks we're having riveting conversation over here.
Riveting.
Rivet. Seat of your pants. You better hang on to them because they might fall off.
Yeah, a lot of people want to be super entertained. I'm sorry we're not giving it to you if that's the case. And if that is the case and you weren't being facetious, I'm happy that you like this menial gun talk.
There we go. Hello, audio radio, don't you know? Little CD lingo for you.
You were talking about that the other day. I've got a it's radio, amateur radio. It's kind of like a ham radio or a CB radio that you can tune into any frequency and you can call back on your hand. But it doesn't have the same frequency range as like a total ham radio.
Well, a lot of it, yeah, depends on the band. The band, I mean, like regular CB band, typically you can go 5 to 10 miles. If you're up high or something like that, you could broadcast further. If you got, power, you could broadcast further. Um, you start going below and above CB frequency, then your distance changes. The radio I got goes from 26 all the way up to 29 megahertz.
I wonder
CB.
what this one is. It's like a common one on Amazon.
CB is 27 megahertz.
Called the Bow Thing. A lot of people like it. And I don't know what the hertz range is on. I'd have to look it up. But like I go to key in, I know what you're saying. I go to key in certain police frequencies, and it's all jumbled up and encrypted. And then I go to other police frequencies, I can't even get it because it's outside of the range of my device.
Yeah, they're all scrambled now, your police frequencies. You shouldn't be able to transmit on any of those. Is it like just a little handheld?
Yeah, yeah.
It might be a transmitter and a receiver if it's got a
No, it
mic.
does transmit. It definitely has to push the talk button.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't talk on those top channels. They don't like that.
Well, I wouldn't either, but fuck those guys. What are they gonna do? Like come to my house and put me in jail because I made a noise on their channel? They'd be a wrongdoer. I'd love for them to do that because then I'd have a lawsuit against them.
Well, they can track you by your signal, but it takes quite a bit of time.
You'd have to constantly be on there, though. I don't think they can track it if you made one noise and shut up.
Yeah, no. Yeah, if you just key up and get off there, there's no fucking way. Yeah, you have to be on there quite a while. We used to track people down all the time on the CB, base stations and cars. We'd have this game that was called Rabbit Hunting, and it was basically hide and go seek with the CB, and we'd get like 100 people that meet at Fred Meyer's. One person gets to go hide with certain boundaries, and then he'd key up and he'd say the rabbit is hidden. And then, 99 people would go to try to find him, and the first person that would find him gets to go hide.
That's pretty cool.
There's a lot of
I guess I could look it up, but I wouldn't know how to do that.
It's actually pretty easy. We'd even get state patrols and stuff to do it with us. All you got to do is you get your radio that has an RF gain on it, put your antenna in the very middle of your car on the very back of it. So then when you'll do a circle, and then when you watch your meter, say you face north and they're hitting you at 10 pounds, and if you're facing, you keep doing it going west, south, and you watch your meter if it keeps going down and down, and then once you get back to that north of it's high again, they use that direction.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool.
Yep.
I read that, like, if all the satellites go down, the internet and all the wired communications, the electrical grid goes down, you can still communicate with ham and an amateur radio because you're just bouncing signals off the atmosphere. You don't need anything outside of Earth or anything connected to Earth.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, almost every disaster movie that's always been the main line of communication's always been CB or
Yeah.
ham.
They don't tell you that, but they show you that.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I've been in the CB since the early 60s.
My neighbor's having a party. I've got one neighbor that has hella go-go's. I don't know if you're familiar with what DC go-go is, but they have hella go-go's at their house. And this other neighbor I have has parties from time to time. But they're very nice people. It's almost, their energy is almost enjoyable. I can see them over there having a good time, listening to good music. And it's like, damn, I'm not even over there and I'm having a good time.
There's my CB radio right there.
Yeah, you got a bigger one than mine. Let's see if I can find where I just put mine down.
It's a base unit. It's a Galaxy. The name brand's a Galaxy. Those are Galaxies, and then the Jesus or the Jesus, and then I can't remember the other one of the three that are sought after.
All right, so this one, let me figure out a way to do this. I put my damn phone down somewhere.
Hey,
All right, so
Jason.
this one here, it's just a simple little, it's
Yeah.
called a bow thing. It's like the most common cheap one on Amazon, like bottom of the line. I think it cost me like $15 or something. Notice the push to talk button.
Yeah, that's weird that you can get that on Amazon.
Bro, you can buy drugs that are considered illegal in most states on Amazon because, no one's really on top of it. I don't know.
Weird, I didn't know that.
Or like, all right, so for example, ivermectin, you're not supposed to take it as a human. You can't buy ivermectin if the idea is that you're going to take it. But you can buy it for your horse, and you can buy human-grade quality ivermectin for your horse, so that's why you can get it on Amazon. So little things like that. Like, just
so what do you have to do? Just like use less of it?
No, usually animal shit is less potent than human shit. Like animal pepper spray for bears is less potent than what the police have. It's weaker.
That's weird.
Yeah, it comes out in higher amounts. So maybe the amount of bear spray you get on you, if you had bear spray, would be worse than pepper spray. But you know what I'm getting at. Like it's a stronger drug sometimes for a human than it is a horse. So they're selling you the human form because they know you want it for yourself, but they say it's for the horse, so that way you can legally buy it.
Yeah.
Or like anything, they say it's for plants. You know what I mean? You can buy a lot of, all in Maryland. Maryland weed is legal, but it's like only medically legal these days. And but they sell all types of weed, like Delta 8s and Delta 11s or whatever it is out there. They just find loopholes in the chemical structure, the way you describe it, so that way they can sell it.
Yeah, I don't know about some of these synthetic shit. I ain't trying any of it.
I've tried Delta 8.
What'd you think of it?
I thought it was weaker than normal shit, so I just got my normal shit.
Yeah.
And then I've tried Spice and K2, which are hella synthetic, and I do not recommend that. That shit is fucking weird.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was that my son tried, but he tried some stuff you could get legal, and he said, he's like, dude, don't ever take that. He's like, I could see how a person can turn into a fucking zombie on this shit. He's like, I almost did.
There are people that hit K2 or Spice. It's like shit you buy at the grocery store or at the gas station. And when you go to smoking it, it's fucking smells like potpourri. It smells like really sweet and pleasant. It doesn't smell anything like weed. And you end up, in my opinion, tripping as if you're on salvia or mushrooms or, you know what I mean, Robitussin. And it's not pleasant. It's like a more dirty, gringier weed high.
Yeah.
And he feels bad. It feels like, man, if I do too much of this, I might fuck myself up. And I've heard of people that died instantly. Like they inhaled people were smoking blunts of it, and one person got it, took one hit and died. It just didn't work with them.
Right. Yeah, my investigative stage for that kind of stuff is long gone. I'm too old to try any of that shit anymore. I'm happy with what I'm doing and where I'm at. I don't need to investigate the beyonds anymore.
Well, I don't mind delving into, say, LSD or mushrooms, which have been proven to be safe, but I wouldn't want to get into anything that's risky. And I did the risky things when I was younger because A, you have that invincibility complex, and B, like I did a lot of different, not a lot of different types of drugs, but I did, for example, smoked a lot of K2 when I was locked up, and you don't really care about yourself the same way when you're in jail. I cared about myself enough to work out and have honor, but I also didn't care about myself enough to avoid K2, you know?
We used to have this tea that they served in jail, and we used to smoke it, and you'd get kind of a headache high on of it, but it smelled just like fucking pot. So every time we'd smoke it, the fucking guards would come in and search our fucking cells for drugs and not only find tea and couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on.
They had everything in the jails I was at. They had heroin and fucking Suboxone and weed and K2 and fucking cocaine and crack and meth. If you wanted it, it was easier to get in jail
Oh
than on
yeah.
the street.
And what's the funniest is it was all the outside people bring it in. Like we knew all the
Cops.
drugs in King County, Seattle, King County was coming in from a damn cook, and sure enough it was.
Most everything where I was at was coming in from either the COs or, like you said, like a civilian worker. Yeah, I had a friend who was in a gang, and he had the gang cell phone for the night, and he's like, "Man, I'm done talking to my bitch. You want this, Shaggy?" I forget if I was Shaggy or Jesus to him, but that was two things people called me. You want this phone? I got to fuck around with the cell phone, and if they'd have caught me with it, I would have had to eat that charge and get another 3 years in jail. But I risked it to fucking goof around on the cell phone for like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't holding it, but I was holding it while I had it, and it was fun. Flip phone.
I think if I remember right, you got once in the morning to use it for 5 minutes, and then once at night. And I think it was like both times after you got done eating.
Oh, I'm talking about someone with an illegal cell phone. With the where I
Oh, I
was
know,
going to
but when
jail,
I was
if you're
in,
outside of your cell, you can use your phone at any time, but obviously not when you're locked in.
yeah, I was in jail in the '70s, so there was no cell phone.
Yeah, yeah, it's a big deal. Someone brought that shit in their butt, unless it was a cop. But I also knew people whose friends and family were bringing shit in through visits, and they'd have like, I don't know, fucking $8 $50 Suboxone pills wrapped up clean and tight, and they would go to kissing, transfer it in their mouth, and then dude man would swallow it, and then we'd have to wait for him to shit it out before the whole jail was on it. Like it was, I don't know, it was an ordeal. Everyone, it's weird. I don't see how the cops didn't see that shit, because people from other units were somehow getting passes over to our unit. You know what I mean? And getting all these fucking prisoners in one unit that are literally never there.
Right.
And they probably knew what was going on. But maybe they were getting a cut because it was gang related, and they're getting
Oh,
a cut to leave it alone.
I'm sure they were. It's more corrupt inside than, I mean, it's pretty bad out here, but it's definitely more, I believe, worse in there.
Yeah, we're in Baltimore. I think there's a high number of police, like COs, that are in gangs themselves.
Oh yeah.
And I know in DC jail, I've never been there, but I've been locked up with a lot of people that have been there, and I've heard this report from multiple people that they had guns in the jail. The prison population had access to firearms inside the fucking jail.
Go ahead. What's up, man?
Still or something?
Yeah, we're still shitting the shit.
Damn.
Fuck no. $25,000 a butt.
Alright, when I do that.
Oh, which
All
reminds me,
yours.
you owe me $20.
Yeah, I do. I'm
I
gonna
need
get
it. I need to get some toilet paper.
Alright, well, my check should be coming in today around like 5 o'clock. It was supposed to be yesterday, but they're fucking.
I'm on my last roll.
They bullshitted me.
You better hurry.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna be using your hand.
You tell them that.
I'm gonna be using your
I've been
hand.
waiting since yesterday for the fucking
I'm gonna be
motherfucker.
going, hey, Joshy, I need my ass wiped. Come bring your hand over,
No.
big boy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, whenever you need me.
All right, man. Take care.
See you, man.
He's a pretty good kid.
That's good.
He started to get wrapped up in that drug shit for a little bit, but he got himself out pretty quick, and he's done him a real fucking job.
That's
Doing what he's supposedly supposed to be doing, so one step at a time.
Yeah, he not your grandson, but I guess what I was getting at is a lot of my friends that have been getting into that, like drugs, have been getting themselves out. A lot of them, and they're doing really great now. I have a buddy that's like very proud of himself. He's like 6 months sober. He just got a job trucking. And
Yeah,
he loves his life, getting able to see the world, getting able to have his privacy, which he enjoys. And I
I
feel
hear that.
bad for him because he's been having women problems, and on top of trying to be sober, now you're dealing with women fucking with your head. I'm feeling bad for him, so I'm glad he's in a better place.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear these truckers are having a hell of a time with, the gas prices up and down, and these damn businesses aren't wanting to give them any more money for their loads and stuff, even though it's costing them twice as much to haul the shit. And this one guy was saying he was going from making like, I think it was $6,000 a day to like $2,000 a day.
Yeah, my buddy here, he likes that he can make. He'll work like 10 hours in the day, but he'll make like $800. So he's able to work 3 or 4 days to get as much money as people that are working 7 days get.
Yeah.
And he works for a company that the company does the contracting, gets their rates, whatever rates that benefit them, and he gets like 30%. Sometimes it's more than that if it's certain loads in certain places. But so the company is benefiting from getting the most out of their loads, and he's benefiting because they're working all those deals out, and he's always going to get the same cut from the deals they make, or so they say, unless they lie to him about the deal.
Yep.
So he's you know what I mean? Some certain people have hourly or mileage, and a lot of people work by load, and he doesn't deal with the liability or the risk of his own truck, and having to pay for repairs or having to pay for the gas.
The ones
Do his
that
own deals.
I think the ones that really have the racket are like the people like my uncle works for Frito-Lay, and he was making good hourly wage, and he'd also get a commission on every store he delivered to.
Yeah, I mean, if it sounds like it'd be good money. Sometimes it doesn't play out the same as other people, but like I also have a family member. She's a trucker, but she trucks milk, and since it's agricultural, she doesn't have to run, the books the same way as other people. So they have her working like 30 hours straight sometimes because she doesn't have to, because it's agricultural and they need that milk there. And if they put the same regulations, like you only can drive 8 hours a day, you don't get things like milk and eggs in places that don't have them. So it's like weird. There are other people that are getting fucked. They got to work 18 hours in a day, but they're making the same money as someone else working less.
Is your name everybody? I'm not everybody. Are you everybody?
Nah, you know what I'm saying though. Like if you're running that agriculture and you got to work 18 hours to make, your $300, and I only have to work 8 to make $300.
No, I've given Nubs a bad time. He says, "What's up, everybody?" So I was kind of wondering who everybody was.
What's up, Nubs?
I could have sworn I'm Larry. I'm not everybody.
I mean, I wouldn't mind trucking if there wasn't so much convoluted bullshit with the legal system involved with it. I think I could have a good time doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, same thing with like flying planes. I'd be a fucking airline pilot in a second if it weren't for all the stupid federal regulations and shit they make you jump through to do something seemingly simple. Yeah, but a bush pilot in Africa or Alaska can dodge mountains and run into them as much as he wants. But if you fucking fly in the wrong direction in the continental 48, they'll end up finding your ass. Like around where I live, ever since 9/11, you can't put any plane or helicopter in the air anywhere near DC unless it's military, police, or rescue.
All right. Well, it's part of my job description here to let you know that Nub says, I know Thomas is everybody. So he told on you.
I'm everyone. I'm that purple bitch from X-Men. I'm a shapeshifter.
That would be kind of cool, I think.
Oh yeah, it'd be cool. I don't think there's any being out there that can really do that, but it's nifty. I think if you want to shift your shape, you got to be like everyone else and go under a knife.
Yeah, but then you got to worry about botched surgery and all that other stuff. We just got to be happy of how we are and who we are. And when you start trying that shit happens.
Yeah, I don't want to shift my shape. I'm just saying, like, I think that's the only way, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's what happens for most people. Like, I don't know. You ever look at a pair of fake tits and think this is better than real tits? I mean, not me. You ever look at a fucking person that has 10 facial reconstruction surgeries and think they look better than even the person they were before? You know what I mean? You start to look fake. Everybody with too much plastic surgery looks the same.
I thought about getting one of those Brazilian butts.
No, you didn't. Yeah, I mean, you can. I'm sure there's good reconstruction surgeons out there, but most of them, they're going to make you uglier than you were before.
Oh, that's right. You said you grew half your finger back.
What?
Oh, Nubs was telling me about he chopped his finger off and he grew half of it back when it wasn't supposed to grow back. Something like that.
That's pretty cool. I think shit like that's possible.
That's because he said, I shifted the shape of my hand. I just can't shape it back.
Yeah, I tore my right hand up in a motorcycle accident. I wasn't wearing gloves, so I ripped my hand open all the way down to the bone in multiple places. So they stitched it back up, and it looks fine, but it still feels like tight, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is years later. And I work the fuck out of it. I just deal with it and try to just treat it like it's no different than it was before. But it's a little bit more painful now.
I knew this, for lack of better words, I'll call him an idiot, because he was. He got in this motorcycle wreck, a real bad motorcycle wreck, and when he got in the wreck, he had a fist on his pants, and he almost ended up losing his pecker. He was in a damn wheelchair for 2 years, and then 6 months after he got out of the fucking wheelchair, guess what happened again? He got in another wreck. He got in like 4 wrecks, and then he goes, oh, I know what the problem is. It's that damn motorcycle. I'm going to get me a car. Couldn't have been the
I know people. Yeah, if he's drinking, definitely. I mean, I know people that have ridden their whole lives and never wrecked, but then one time now they're dead. Or people that ride like me. I've ridden since I was like 14 or 16, and I've wrecked a bike maybe 4 or 5 times, but it's all in a scenario that I come out either unscathed or with mild injury. I see is ripping my hand apart with, 15, 20 stitches, and now I'm basically as good as new as a mild, result. No broken bones, only head injuries. No, I'm kidding. They said no head injury, but they said no concussions. Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
They told me at 16 I couldn't have any more head injuries. I probably had at least 10 since then. That's probably half my problem.
I mean, I played tackle football for 4 or 5 years, and I mean, it was all the time, helmet on helmet, full speed contact. So I'm sure I've got a little bit of whatever they call that, brain damage from. It's something that football players and boxers go through.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what it's called either. They have an acronym for it. It's like 3 letters.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget what it's called. I don't think mine's bad, but they say, like you can clearly tell someone like Muhammad Ali or whatever, someone that's punch drunk, you can tell that they're a little not all there. But
Yeah, well,
I don't think I ever got to that point.
There's no way in hell you can get hit that many times in the head and not take effect on you. He used to do that roper dope shit all the time, and he's paying for it now. I'm surprised he's still around.
You know what?
He's a hell of an athlete.
I think might be worse than that is I have a few people that I knew that used to huff dust or huff paint. And I feel like that would be way worse for your brain than just knocking your head against the wall a few times.
Oh yeah, I've seen people brain get rotted from huffing shit.
I mean, I have people that I know that admit to doing ecstasy and not even good pure shit, just whatever they can get their hands on for 6 or 10 years straight. And I think that they've got a little bit of fucked up scenario in their head.
I guess I gotta tell on Nubs again. Nubs says, Thomas, I'm sure plenty of your brain is damaged.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is, Nubs.
Damn, I'm a big tattletale, I guess, today.
No, you're not telling. He's putting it out there in the public. Yeah, I think we all have some bit of brain damage, especially those of us that played pound ball when we were younger.
I don't know, Nubs, it's been like that pretty much off and on all day. There's been 4 or 5 people in, but nobody talking but me and Thomas. You're the only one that's typed in chat in a long time.
Yeah, Nubs, you ain't been up in a minute, but you say your internet sucks. It's crazy the amount of controversy that seemingly is arising in certain places that we go from time to time. It's crazy that Moose doesn't have a channel, nor does Yurt at the moment, at least not the same channel.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. I've just been doing my thing, trying to keep busy here at home and doing shit around here, playing on this once in a while and living the life, I guess, so they say.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, just fucking chipping away at shit, but I think I need to get me a bigger shovel or something, because I don't know.
My problem is I always go to dig a hole, and then about halfway down the hole, I figure out I have a damn snow shovel instead of a spade shovel.
Yeah, I feel like for me personally, I need to do a little bit more creating than I am, a little bit more growing than I am. I feel like I'm doing good. But I know I can do a little bit better. And I think one of my next steps is to produce my own food and produce my own, I want to call it fiat currency, but produce my own things that are valuable for trade.
Yeah,
Right now, I really only have services that I can offer.
right. Well, I think we all have a niche. We just got to figure out what it is, you know.
And I think like in a better world, a world that vibrates with truth better, it'd be way easier for us to see how we fit in with everything else. You know what I mean? Like certain people, they're a great plumber, but they might not want to be doing that for a living. You know what I mean? So in a better world where things weren't allowed to be thrown so far off course of truth, it'd be easier for people that don't have a clear definition in their head of what they want to do to see what they would be good at or what the world needs, and you tend to be fulfilled when you're bringing a need in. You know, you're doing a good job with it.
All right, Nubs, I gotta give you some shit. So do I get a lack of better words, we'll call it a doggy treat if I do as you ask? Yeah, at least you know when when you ask a dog for it to perform tricks, they get a treat. I'm sorry, I'm in a weird mood. Nubs wants me to show you his aquaponics. I know I didn't say that right, but
What's that? Aquaponics, like his grow?
yeah, there you go. I think you said it better than I did.
I wouldn't mind seeing it, but what do you have to look it up on the internet?
No, I got the pictures here. I just have to go get them.
Is that what you do, Nubs? Grow some of God's sweet nectar?
I'll just show them all to you. That's his fish pond.
It's kind of hard to see it from where I am, but I'm looking a small phone screen.
I might be able to make it bigger. Let's see. Hang on.
It looks like fish fillets.
Um,
I gotta go get some more firewood soon. Y'all might lose me walking away from the Wi-Fi.
Well, how's that? Can you see it now?
Yeah, it looks bigger. What the fuck?
Those are
Oh, I see
gold.
it now. Yeah, I see what's going on.
And there's the rocks and goldfish. I thought it was pretty cool.
Aquaponics. I thought you were saying. I thought you were talking about hydroponics. I thought I was going to see a weed plant.
And then here's some more of his plants.
Oh, hell yeah. I had a roommate when I was in college that grew mushrooms. The cool kind.
Yeah.
And it was like a weird way that he had to do it. He had to like spray it with water, keep it in a dark place, make sure there was nothing around the house that would introduce a different type of fungus that would combat it.
Are those LED lights, Nubs? I've never used
Is
LED.
red like sodium?
I've always used the halogen. I've never used the LEDs. $14 different plant species in that picture.
I got I got a few things growing around the property here. We used to have a lot more fruit-bearing trees, but all the taller, older trees have overgrown the yard. It's shaded most of the time in our yard. But we've got, those are nice. We've got a grapevine, we've got apple trees, and cherry trees in the yard. That are real nice whenever they do end up budding, as small as they may be these times. Used to have a pear tree and a peach tree and like a full garden, but it just doesn't work as well anymore. It's all the shade.
Did you want him to see all of them or what, Nubs?
Well, don't get into the scantily photos that he sent you.
Well, I think there was one where he showed a little leg. All right, he wants me to show them all to you. So this is his deck or something. His little outhouse or something he got going on out here.
It might be his little grow house. A little addition to his house.
I'm giving him shit.
I like the wooden shingles. A lot of people don't do that much these days, and I know wood's harder to upkeep, but it looks better.
He said he made those.
Yeah, I mean, if you know what you're doing, it can really be cheaper to do. I don't know. These days, wood's expensive, but I guess if you're milling your own wood, it's cheap.
Cheaper anyway.
Yeah. You can make a sawmill with a chainsaw.
He said he did both custom siding and deck. I don't remember what this was showing.
Little rock wall, maybe a retaining wall.
Yeah, this rock wall, and I think this thing, this metal thing here. I don't know.
Looks like a dig bar.
Yeah.
A pick or whatever you call it.
He said that they were actually made out of fence pickets. That last one, I guess. And that building was an extension on a customer's house.
That's nice. I just had to set property corners along a road easement, and a lot of the property owners that are along the new road have built their fences on public property.
Wow.
No one cares. That's nice. So is Nubs a carpenter? Or just jack of many trades?
I think so. I think he's a jack of many trades.
I'm a jack of some trades. More than most people, but not more than most handymen or jacks of trades themselves. But of all jacks, I'm a jack off.
Let's see, I think we're getting close to the end. Oh yeah, we got.
I replaced my mother's fence in her yard, but I got all the parts delivered by Home Depot, so all I did was dig holes and set the posts in concrete.
Yeah, he says he can do it all. And there's some more plants.
I've for a few summer jobs when I was younger, back when they used to grow more tobacco around where I live. I used to help farmers, with their tobacco harvest. Really, it's just carrying leaves around that you got to go hang up to
I
dry.
think you said, if I remember right, this was a cafe did in 50 styles.
It's pretty cool. Interior designer as well.
Oh yeah, the shower.
You're in here building all types of stuff, and I'm living in a house built in like the 50s or 60s, and the fucking ceiling isn't even done on half the basement.
I can't remember what he said he made the shower out of.
My uncle does really high quality kitchen work. He builds like cabinets and the surfaces and all that with all the. He just turns people's kitchens from fucking whatever it is to something newer and better, and he makes stupid money.
I guess that shower's made out of concrete. It looks almost like metal.
Yeah, I thought it was steel. But we're looking at pictures, small photos, from my end at least. I like that stonework, brickwork if you did it. Or if it's just wood. So I've done that work a bunch too. Is pavers, getting everything stamped down properly and lined up and level and flat, and set up to where it doesn't move around on you later. I've done concrete work with the rebar and pouring and stuff, and I haven't done much concrete cutting, but I've seen it happen. That's why I like surveying, because I've done a lot of construction type work, like lots of stuff. That's a lot of where the trades that I am a jack of are involved with construction, and man, surveying is just, so many people need a surveyor, and it's just so much less challenging than, say, concrete cutting or masonry, roofing.
Those look like starters.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of old milk cartons set up in my house because I want to start a small greenhouse. And you basically, if you use a milk carton, you cut it in half and you can put the top back on and tape it so that way you can get in and out of it better. That's a mini greenhouse right there. An old milk jug. Just put one plant in there. Mini greenhouse. Don't have to build one.
That's it right there. That was the last of them.
I've been thinking about building my own greenhouse, just simple 2x4s staked into the ground and putting plastic around it, building a roof structure, not even a complex one, just make it to where it's not going to fall down in a windstorm. And throw some plastic around it, maybe even just use staples and then seal the holes. But I've been to get into growing a little bit better. I know more about building a greenhouse than I do about caretaking a lot of plants.
Yeah. Just the damn price of wood's gotten so crazy.
But see, that's something I had to do as a kid. Like, one of my chores was to fell trees with my dad, and then throughout the week I would have to split the wood. So I'd work with him and drop in a tree, cut the tree up, split the wood, use it for firewood. And then I've got to drop a lot of trees for work. Not big ones anymore, but like, I know how to take a tree down, how to have it fall the place you want it to fall, how to analyze the tree before it falls. I mean, some of the work I do now with surveying, it's arborist work. So I'm out there identifying the trees that it's illegal to cut down.
Yeah.
Because they're called champion or specimen trees.
He says get some hog panels.
I don't know what that is, I don't think. Or maybe I do, I just don't recognize the term.
It's like kind of like an extra long piece of plywood.
Okay. Yeah, I would end up milling my own shit. There's this thing you can build with a chainsaw. It's pretty cheap to build. I've got all the materials for welding here. And I just build like a makeshift sawmill that uses a chainsaw, and you put more work into sharpening blades, and you're losing more wood overall through the milling process than you would with a normal sawmill. But for the price, you can't really beat free wood for just the ability to throw an old chainsaw on a metal rig.
So you can get 20 of these metal panels for $20, so they're like $1 a piece. That seems crazy cheap.
If I had more time on my hands, one of the projects of building, like I've built sheds. I built a soundproof shed when we were younger, granted with help from family. But I want to build a little sauna, just to like something I can throw in the back of a pickup truck and take with me if I go camping. Just a little wooden sauna, maybe a little wood stove, and a small one that I can keep with it, and just out of wood. And I would mill it myself if I needed to, just to make it cheap.
Now, Thomas, inquired minds need to know, why was this place soundproof?
Oh, just for jamming as a kid. I lived in in like a neighborhood, like a subdivision. So when we're playing guitar and drums, we want to be able to play past 8 p.m. and not keep the neighbors up. It's not for murder.
And you're sticking to that story, right?
Yes. No, you know what's fucked up is my mom owned that house, and she ended up, we were all out of it. She ended up renting it out to a friend of ours, and not only did they tear all the soundproofing out of the shed and make it just a normal fuck shed, even though there was a regular fuck shed in the yard, they didn't pay the rent for like 6 months and moved out and just left the house unlocked and empty and didn't tell anyone.
Wow.
I guess that like they're having money troubles, and which is all cool and dandy. You're renting from a friend. It's not like the bank's going to come take the house from you, but they were so scared that they didn't tell anybody that they left. So the house was empty and unlocked for like at least a few weeks. You know what I mean? Probably a few months.
They're lucky nobody came in and helped themselves.
Yeah, lucky nobody did. Well, I don't live in a bad part of town, but yeah, my mother lives in Texas, so I had to go and do all the. That's something else I've done a lot of work in. It was like, what do you call it? Not landlording, because I'm not collecting rent, but like dealing with houses in between owners. Like, if you got to do some drywall work, you got to paint some walls, you got to put up a fence, you got to change all the doorknobs, you got to, you know what I mean, redo the countertop, you got to bring in a new stove and install it, shit like that.
Yeah, like a maintenance man, kind of, but.
Yeah. My dad owns a house that he rents out, and then my mom used to own a house she rented out, but she didn't like the hassle or to have me doing that work for her. She wanted, to not burden me with that, so she just sold the house. And I would have bought the house, but it's in the floodplain. You got to spend like an extra $400 on flood insurance. And I guess I could finesse my way out of it in terms of knowing the law these days, but I wasn't into it back then.
That's crazy. They'll pay that kind of money, and then 9 times out of 10 they'll come up with something to, oh well, this happened, so you're not covered.
Right, like we've been through so many hurricanes and heavy rainstorms, and the house never floods. But it's just because of the elevation of the first floor. They say that it's a risk. It's not like it ever happened before. Yeah, and it's crazy. And where I live upon Maryland, $400 a month for flood insurance. That's a fucking racket. I got to deal with my son for a little bit. He needs a diaper change, so I'm going to be doing that.
All right, man. Wow. To get a 12.8 volt 10 amp hour LiPo battery for $30, that's pretty good. Hmm. $16 for $32. That ain't too bad. We got a Wilco not too far that has like a farm feed store. Do you think they would have those for that kind of price? I've been thinking about gating off my damn lot so people can't come in here. Well, you mean an electric car? A lot of it depends on a voltage. Uh, if you were thinking about it, there's better ways of going about it than those batteries. This place usually has really good deals on batteries all the time, lithium batteries. And a lot of them, like those were just like little small, like a motorcycle battery, about the size of a motorcycle battery, but they're lithium. But they actually have big packs that come out of Teslas, that come out of Volvos, um, server racks, medical racks where they, like the medical devices have backup power, so if the power goes off, they can power the medical device. And I like to get the ones that are medical grade or the server ones because they're like have to be certified 5 or 6 different ways in safety. Yeah, no doubt. Most of your cars, your lowest voltage, I think, is like 100 and I think it's like 120, 130. I don't really remember, but they go up as far as 800 volts.
Man, I'm leery about even getting into battery powered shit because the batteries are so expensive, but a lot of times don't last long enough for how much they cost.
Well, a lot of it there is going to depend on the chemistry you get and what you want it for. If you want it just for storage, uh, you don't really have to worry so much about the chemistry, but it depends just basically really how you're going to use it. But there's a difference between storage cell and power cells. Power cell you're going to use like in a car or electric motorcycle or something, a scooter or something that you want it to have deliver both power, lots of amperage. The other ones are just like made for storage.
Yeah, so like a Tesla battery, there's a bunch of 18650 batteries in series. And I get 18650 batteries for certain things. Like I got some flashlights and shit that take them. And you can get ones that are, it's always the same voltage in one single 18650 battery, but you can get them with different milliamp hours, so how much amperage you'll get in a certain amount of time. And
Yeah, they're all pretty close in voltage, but there again, it depends on the chemistry. Your
yeah, these
best
are
bet,
lithium, the 18650s. They're not
right?
like lead based.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If you want for 12 volt, your best is lithium iron phosphate because they're the closest to actually 12 volt, like in your cars and stuff. If you're gonna, and then, like I said there again, it just depends on how you're gonna use it. Like if you're gonna use it to power your home, you got to see what the minimum voltage is on your inverter to be able to know what chemistry you're using. But overall, lithium iron phosphate is one of the best to use. It's one of the safest. They don't really catch on fire; they just smoke.
But I tell you what, there's a big deal with how lithium is mined. I think lithium and cobalt are mined like that. I think they generally show up at the same places on Earth, so they're mined at the same time in the same place, and it is fucked up.
Oh, that's the same way when we did when we were doing all the coal, putting all those people down there with no respirators or masks or anything.
Well, that shit is scary. Fucking to think like you're going into a mountain deep underground to get work for a living, to know you might die at the age of 40 or 50 because of how bad that's fucking you up.
If you're lucky.
Right. Because like or accidents happen, and I mean I'm sure there's a lot of professions like that, but that's just to think about people that have no choice but to just die at the age of 35 or 55 to make money, to support their family. It's I don't know. It's tough.
It's sad. Definitely.
Scenario. And then people are doing it like concrete cutting. All that fucking silica in the air, all that powder. And people aren't putting water on the cuts. They're not wearing masks. Like, you're finna get some sort of lung disease early as shit, bro. You don't care about your body if you're not going to even take the precautions that you should take to be healthy in a job that's clearly dangerous. You know what I mean? I just feel bad for them. It's like, man, you just don't even care. Breathing in all that dust.
I worked in sanitation at Gay's Bakery for quite a while, and I'd come out of there every time I left to come home. I got in my car, and my car seat would be completely white. I'd take a shower. It looked like I was trying to make some kind of flour dough in the shower. And my lungs and everything would my nose and everything would be all clogged up. And that's, with masks and respirators and everything else. And it didn't matter. You're fucking breathing in all that flour dust.
Man, that's something else. So they do what's called they don't allow it in a lot of places, but it's called soil cementing. They just take that silica powder that's in concrete, this 1 or 2 ingredients, and they'll put like a 6-inch layer on the ground, and they'll mill it into the dirt with a big machine. So that way, the next time it rains or water hits that, mix, it's going to become way harder. So you can build on softer grounds that are swampy or whatever. But when they go to milling, and that whole job site just becomes a dust cloud. And I just don't fuck with it. I'll just hop in my truck and leave.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not subjecting myself to that danger. I know literally to breathe in silica is extremely horrible for you. That's the white powder that's in concrete. One of the white powders in concrete. I'm sure flour ain't that much better if you're inhaling it to that degree.
Oh, you came out a big dough ball, and the reason you did is because, like, to clean all the tracks and the machinery and all that, you have to use compressed air because you got to get, the flour that just sits there out of there, because if you don't, then bugs start going in it and shit. And once you get bugs anywhere, it's going to get into your flour, and then, people are using bugs and flour in their bread or whatever. So yeah, you do all this damn.
There's probably a lot of bugs.
You glue this damn flour, all over the fucking bakery to have it sprinkled back all over you to basically land on the equipment again. You'd have to blow it down like 6 or 7 times, and then you'd sweep it all up.
Let me know if I'm too loud. I'm outside getting firewood, and you're gonna hear like leaves crackling and all types of shit.
Not a problem.
Yeah, those type of jobs though that are like medically risky, I try to stay away from them. I know certain people don't have a choice, and I'm not trying to hate on people that have them and can't really do anything else. But damn, I would not want to be a part of that.
Well, and then you got the people that just don't know any better, and the person you're working for say, "Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it." You know, I
Yep.
cough up a little lung every night too, and I'm still here.
I mean, I was a steam fitter for a while, and I got out of that because I could tell how it was hurting my body over time. And it's not even anywhere close to what other people do. I'm just slinging a hammer, going up and down a ladder all day, swinging a hammer at the ceiling, hammer drilling into a ceiling, and then putting an air conditioning unit right there where I just made the holes to hold it, working above my head all day, soldering the copper lines. You know, everything's above my head, everything all day. And when
Yeah, it's hard on you.
you get a delivery of units, you got to carry them all around, and it's just, I could tell that it wasn't the best on my body to be at the bottom of the totem pole in that profession.
Hell, I worked at this job cleaning kitchen exhaust systems, and you take off a patch on the exhaust system, you'd have to literally crawl inside that ductwork with a scraper, a bucket, and a flashlight, and you work your way from one end of the duct to the other.
Damn, that's like chimney sweeping, it sounds.
I've even been on the roof of the Space Needle.
Oh, that sounds scary. I'm not afraid of heights, but even something like that, if you don't have the safety, it gets a little intimidating.
No, dude, this is crazy. You gotta go up like, I don't know, kind of like an indoor fire escape to get up to the roof. And then once you get up there, they have what they call the safety ring. And that's what you're supposed to, tie off to, so if you fall off the roof, you're supposedly safe. Well, the safety ring is about 6 or 8 inches off the very side of the needle. So around the outer circumference of the needle, you've got basically a metal trip bar, and that's your safety, which you're supposed to rope off to. So they trip you. So I guess they make sure you go out farther enough so you don't break the windows underneath or something. I don't know. But it's pretty wild.
Yeah. They don't design them with safety in mind, I'm sure.
And the one day I went up there, it was really
They design them with their pockets in mind.
I've been up on the Space Needle probably 100 times before that. Never felt that fucking needle move once. I get up on that roof and I saw that fucker was swaying 20 feet each way.
Yeah, I've seen buildings like that, and they design them so that way they don't fall. They swing with the wind so that way they don't break from the wind.
Yeah,
but it's unsavory to look at and feel.
Yeah, I guess it had shock absorbers on the bottom of it.
A lot of those.
Could you imagine how
a lot of them, it's a counterweight up top, a huge counterweight.
Yeah, they told me it had shock absorbers. Those things would have to be huge.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. But I bet it also had a huge counterweight up top. So that way, when the building went left, the counterweight went right. So that way, it never really moved that far.
Right, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Let's see, we got 420 Dragon nubs, and now we have Patriot Canadian.
Patriot Canadian. Yeah, it's not too cold here. I'm sure it's way colder in Canada, where Patriot lives. It's about 32 degrees here, maybe 33 degrees Fahrenheit, about 0 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's been kind of chilly and wet and windy here for the last month or two.
But you live in Oregon, right?
Yeah.
Is it rainy a lot where you live throughout the year?
I think yes and no. I'm kind of in a valley, so a lot of the shit will blow over us. But the problem is, if it does get in here, it's usually stuck here for a while because we have such a deep valley.
Yeah, it's crazy the way the world works, especially out west with all those mountains. Like the mountains on the East Coast, there's a few places that have big ones, like West Virginia and North Carolina, but in Maryland, you got to get out towards West Virginia to even have mountains. So sometimes storms coming from out west will totally break up when they hit the mountains, or you'll get some storm that ain't doing shit. Once it hits the mountains, it's going crazy.
Yeah, what's cool here is, we can see the Olympics and the Cascade.
Yeah, I've never been to Oregon. I would like to. It's definitely beautiful from what I see.
Washington and Oregon pretty much look the same overall. We got, real dense forests. I mean, there's parts in the forest you can't see further than a few feet because there's so many fucking trees.
Well, you got that here definitely too. And I work in the forest all the time, and there's certain jobs I'm like, yeah, my line of sight's about 15 feet. So this is going to take way longer than you think it is.
Yeah. So if it is 15, you have to mark that 15 feet and then go from there and just keep going until you're to the end.
You end up cutting a line, so you're cutting trees down that are small or like brush or whatever the case is. Right. If you get to a tree that's too big that you can't cut down, you end up putting a point and then turning and going in a slightly different direction to get to where you want to go. Right. So you end up getting 80-foot or 100-foot lines as opposed to other places you're getting 300 or 500 feet lines.
But I'm sure if you got to go 6 inches to the right from where you were, you have to take that into account in your calculations, right?
Yeah, well, it kind of does it for you. You know where your end result's going to be. So if you go 100 feet to the left to get there, you just got to go 100 feet back to the right.
Right.
When it comes to mapping is where I do a little bit more calculations, because like if I can't get the corner of the building, like I can't get over there, I'd have to get 2 points that are difference. And then I have to line those points up and just compute the point. That's where the math comes in whenever I'm doing mapping. But when I'm just
you got
so the first thing you do is you go out and you find the property corners and you locate them along with sometimes adjacent property corner is supposed to be going on, what someone has said where the property is supposed to be, and see what's really going on versus what they say is going on, and then present that.
You have a program that helps you do that?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different programs that you can use. They're all generally the same, but it makes it fairly easy. I mean, you still have to know what you're doing, but it does all the mathematics for you without, not all of it, but most of the mathematics for you right there. So it's like kind of like a more expensive graphing calculator.
Yeah, that's cool though.
But it's cool. I mean, generally, just think you got 2 points that you know are there. There's a fucking pin in the ground, a piece of rebar in the ground here. There's a piece of rebar in the ground over there, and you know the distance and the angle between them. So you set the machine up on one, you set a prism up that it can, see on the other. You make sure that they're level. You make sure that they're directly over the point using optics. Some people use lasers. It's not as accurate than like a finely tuned piece of optics. But and then the machine will tell you, it'll read the distance from the prism using lasers, and it'll tell you exactly, like you said this is supposed to be 200 feet and 200 degrees of angle, but it's actually 200 feet and 1 inch. And it'll tell you exactly how far off it is based on what it's supposed to be. Then you go looking at shit and you just try to minimize that error. You don't want to push the error in other places. And
So
It's really not that complicated. It seems complicated, but it's not.
So, a piece of glass can be more accurate than a laser. Is that what you said?
In a short distance, yes.
Oh, okay.
So like the height of the instrument is around 5 feet or 5.5 feet. So like the width of the laser is going to be about an eighth of an inch, but the
Right,
crosshairs on a good, scope is way less than an eighth of an inch. You know what I mean? At the center of the crosshair.
right.
But yeah, it's whatever. Certain people use lasers, and honestly, most of anything that's out there is good enough for whatever anybody wants to do. But it's whatever. Like most of my shit. What was I doing on Friday? The high voltage lines, like the big power lines. They got fucking 200 feet wide, cleared for miles upon miles. They have them like steel towers that hold the high voltage lines on them. I had to go locate a few of those, get the top heights because they're going to put cell antennas on a few of them. So they had me going all over Maryland to random places, be at the top of a building, the top of a chimney smokestack, top of a high voltage line tower. And just basically make a small little map of it so that way they know what to do with the cell towers, I guess.
Yeah.
Before that, I was telling a new neighborhood or putting in stakes in the ground so that way the concrete workers knew where to put the curb for the new neighborhood, the roads that are going to, take people to their houses. And I think the day before that, we have to do this thing called a final. So if it was a new house built, we have to go and draw it up, say what the house is. Is it a brick house? Is it a wood house? Is it, plastic siding with wood wood structure inside, which are most houses. Plastic siding with wood framing. And you got to draw it up, do a little draft of it. You got to locate where the sewer house connection is, water house connection. If there's no sewer house connection, you got to locate the septic field and tank and all that shit. If they got gas tanks, you got to locate all that shit. A lot of houses around here have either underground liquid propane or exterior oil for their heat. Just gotta draw that shit up on a map. You gotta when the house is initially built, it's just the foundation. So now you go back, there's a driveway and a sidewalk. You gotta, map that out.
Yeah.
Always something to do, I guess, when you have to do all types of shit like that. But I mean, that type of shit, drawing on a piece of paper or walking around with a fucking staff or a fucking tripod is way easier than, roofing.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I've never done any surveying. I've done a few roofs in my life, but I mean, there's a lot of things, a lot of jobs I wish I hadn't have done, but I look at it now and I just think, well, that's just one more thing I know how to do now,
Yes. I love that I'm outside.
All right,
no one's
now,
really breathing down my neck. I don't have a boss telling me what to do.
Right.
No one is gonna drive, an hour and a half away from their cozy office to go walk another 30 minutes into the woods to see if I'm doing my job right. That's too much work.
You got an air tag embedded in your skin. You know what you're doing at all times.
I don't have that. I got an air tag embedded in my phone, which is always on me, so I'm sure they do know what I'm doing at all times. Not my boss, though. Well, I don't have a boss. Not the survey manager.
I'm giving you some shit.
I mean, it's true, but I don't like that whole, people are worried about getting tracking devices put inside their skin. Well, you've got a tracking device in your pocket, so it doesn't matter. Might as well just get that RFID chip. No, that makes no sense. I can turn my phone off, put it in the microwave at any time, and it can't track me anymore.
Well, the thing is that
you can't basically do anything unless you got your damn location on, and it's like, you're screwed.
Well, they don't need your location if they got like you're logging on the internet right now. Your Wi-Fi is the location set it where you are. Like
Well, no,
foreign companies can't narrow it down very well, but like the U.S. government knows exactly where you're at. Or they probably don't care, but you know what I mean. You don't need to have location on for them to know where you are.
I meant more like on your phone, say like, you want to bring up your maps, where your maps has got to know where you're starting from to take you to where you want to go. So
yeah, they do. They need that location.
Shit like that.
But yeah, I'm not scared of all that. That shit doesn't bother me. If someone else knows where I am at all times, I mean, ain't that... I mean, come fucking show up. Come fuck around and find out if it really matters to you.
I very rarely take my phone with me, but when I have it, it knows when I'm on my bicycle, and it shows where I've been on my bicycle.
Yeah, you allowed that somewhere. A check mark that you either hit or didn't hit. But I'm sure they do it to me too. It doesn't tell me. I think like you can go into the back of Google and find out, everywhere you've ever been while you had your phone with you.
Yeah, I found out by accident one day. I was looking around. I'm like, wait a minute, what's this? I'm like, oh yeah, I remember going there, and I did that. And it even tells you your average speed, how far you went, the time you were there. I mean, everything.
That's fucking weird. Well, yeah. There was a time when I would pull up my maps and it would be like, are you trying to go to work? Like, you trying to go home? You trying to go over to Jay's house? You know what I mean? It knew based on what I usually did. If I was like, it would just, if I'm always going to Jay's house on a Thursday night at 6, if I pull up a map at Thursday night at 6, it thinks I want to go to Jay's house.
I used to, back in the 70s, watch this show on a public broadcasting channel. It was called The Prisoner. And it was basically the premises of how, government's big brother and they're watching it at all times. Well, once you found out that there was basically a big brother, this big, huge white ball would know where you were at, they'd come in and get you, and then it'd roll over you, and as it rolled over you, it'd pick you up in this white ball and then transport you back to wherever so they could reprogram you. And that was in the early 70s.
Well, I mean, yeah, they know all transmissions. They're picking up all transmissions. They're recording it. They have all the recordings of all the transmissions they could gather across time. And it probably started, like you said, in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. Or maybe earlier. If they're talking about it in the 70s, maybe they're doing it beforehand. But
they say, some of
what can they really do with it? Unless you're like a real world contender, they're not even going to touch you. But go ahead and make a device somebody can run their home on without needing the power company. That's when they use that shit against you.
Yeah. Yeah, I got one smart TV in my phone, and that's it. That's the only thing I got in my damn house.
Yeah, I got a smart TV, but I never use it. And I'm sure it's still listening. You know what I mean? But I don't think I've turned that bitch on in fucking weeks.
Well, yeah, usually they have, from the factory, it's called Instant On. So that if it's plugged in, it's going to basically always be on. So, yeah, if it's plugged in, it has a possibility of listening.
Yeah, but they're already listening on my phone, listening on my computer. I can care less if it's the TV, too.
Oh, yeah, no, you're going to end up, if you worry about all that shit, you'll give yourself a heart attack worrying about all the shit than you will just living your life.
I mean, I'm trying to do, better for me and everyone else around me. So I don't think I have to worry about anything. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, and I'm not out there fucking making everybody grow at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So you know what I mean? I'm out in average land, I guess. They're not worried about me. They're not worried about people who think they're doing something.
Yeah.
I don't think they're worried about Paul. They're going to fucking play with his internet a little bit. I don't think they're worried about him like that. Or even someone like, for example, Brian Young, High Impact Flicks. He's got fucking 1 million subs or whatever it is, or should. I think he's got like 500,000 or a little bit over. But he's had so many channels. If they didn't ever fuck with him, he'd have over 1 million subs. And I don't think they really care about paying attention to what he does on the day to day.
Yeah, I've been watching him for over 10 years. I've been watching a lot of these people for a really long time.
Brian Young, you've been into him for 10 years, huh?
Probably close to it, yeah.
I've been into him for maybe 4 or 5, I guess, now that I think about it. 3 at the least, but somebody posted one of his videos on a forum. I like conspiracy theories, and I really like aliens and I don't like bullshit. So a lot of people are like, you like aliens? Let me show you some shit that I think is clearly not aliens. But so anyway, it's a forum where a lot of people like me that like to see through the bullshit like to post things that they think very well could be something unexplainable or explained very easily if it's aliens. Anyway, somebody posted him on that channel. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker, he's trying to help. You know, he's on a good path.
The different points of view on the, lack of better words, we'll call them aliens. But, I mean, there's a lot of different points of view. Like some people, like my son, he gets all kinds of these weird images at his work. And he works at a mill, but they supply half the power for the city. So they're creating a hell of a lot of power. So I think whatever these things he's capturing, absorbing that power somehow or using it, you know. But I mean, he's got, I mean, it's weird. It's like a shadow person kind of hidden in the clouds. He's had spaceships, he's had blocks, he's had the long, you know, like hot
I'd love
dog.
to see pictures if you can present anything. Yeah, I've seen those cigar hot dog crafts.
Yeah.
A lot. Not in real life, just pictures.
He's got thousands of hours. What he'll do is he'll go to work and he'll set his camera up on top of this one building and just film the sky. And some of the shit he's come up with is pretty amazing. And this one guy he showed the pictures to believes that it's a different dimension, and we're basically seeing a glitch in the matrix, and that's how we're seeing this stuff, is because our dimensions breaking down because of all the bullshit we're doing to it.
I've heard that theory. I don't really vibe with that theory, but you know, it's a theory. I can't disprove it either.
No,
I think there are theories that kind of explain it differently and better, in my opinion. But again, it could be correct. Yeah. I could be incorrect.
No, I don't necessarily know if that's true or per se perceived it's true, but I think it's interesting. It's just, you know, another outlook. The biggest thing that gets me is I know for a fact when I was a kid, that sun was always yellow, red, or orange. Now it's been white for over 20 years. Why is it always white?
Yeah, I noticed that. I think it's been getting whiter because I remember as a kid it was more orange and yellow. And granted, I'm older than 20, but I know exactly what you're saying. It seems way more white and bright and intense now.
A lot of people believe it's a sun generator.
What's a sun generator?
What's up in the sky?
Oh, see, I just think it's the sun. I think it's a celestial body just like any other star, but I think that, you know, the same way the Earth's, apparently, I don't want to piss people off, actually I don't really care, but if we revolve around the Earth, or I'm sorry, the Earth revolves around the sun, right? That's what we're told. Let's assume it's true. Don't really care if it is or not. What I'm getting at is, if that's the case, what's to say that our sun doesn't revolve around the center of mass of our galaxy, just as we, the Earth, revolve around the center of mass of our solar system? So if that's the case, we're in some sort of motion over time, and there's going to be a cycle of ages, a loop. And every once in a while, we're going to be in the northern plane, the center at the equator, or the southern plane, depending on where we are in that age. And that changing of position is also a change in energy with respect to where we were before. So I think we're going through an area of higher energy. We see it reflected in the sun, in the planets, and in the people.
Yeah, this whole story about that being a sun generator, it's kind of, I don't know, lack of better words, weird, because it not only goes from the sun being a solar generator, it's basically man-made, and supposedly NASA made it because our sun burned out a long time ago. And all of our planets are holograms. None of them are real, and they're all on a tracking system to hold the dish to make the hologram. I mean, it gets pretty wild.
I don't believe that we're coordinated enough to make that happen. But it is pretty wild to hear.
Yeah, like I said, I'll
I think
listen
we have
to
the
it.
power to make that happen in the future. I don't think we can do it now.
Right. I listen to a lot of that stuff just just to hear what people are saying. I'll believe it. A lot of the stuff is kind of hard to believe. I mean, like I say, it could always be true, but I don't know. I just don't see.
I also like to employ Occam's razor a lot, which is just a science concept, really just a philosophical concept that says that the easiest way to explain it, the simplest way, the way that makes the most sense, is probably the way to explain it. You start to take something that can be easily explained one way and you explain it all convoluted over here, it's more likely that it's the easier way, the simple way.
Reality, what a concept.
Right. So, like, it makes more sense to me that that's just the way the universe is formed. There are planets, there are stars. We happen to be lucky enough to be on one that works to our benefit and our favor. And I don't think man created planets at all. I don't think. Well, I think maybe there's an advanced race of aliens out there that has gotten advanced enough to create their own planet. I'm not saying that a life form cannot create a planet. I'm just saying that I don't think we have that capability at this time. We can't even explain how pyramids were built 2,000 years before we were here, much less, you know what I mean, to make a planet.
Like terraforming, where they could take a dead planet and make it like Earth.
Yeah, so in my little fucking weird conspiracy theory realms that I go to, I hear that Mars and Venus are both being terraformed right now. And that you can tell if you're an amateur astronomer that Mars is way more green than it is red.
Yeah. Yeah, my son gave me a semi-nice telescope, but the back part that you look through, that little piece of glass, it's missing, so I gotta try to find that if I can.
I've got 2 telescopes here, and I actually have a piece for one of the telescopes to where you can look at the sun while it's, shining at you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can only do it for about 10 or 15 seconds, and it starts to melt the inside of the telescope. But like, it blocks out enough light to where it doesn't destroy your eyes, and you can see the fucking sun, and it's awesome.
Has some kind of filter in there, so it filters out most of it.
Yeah, it's green. You can buy them. I don't know how expensive they are. I have them. It's basically, think about like a welding goggles. It's kind of like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can look at the sun with welding goggles.
If you have an arc welder, but if you just have a brazier cutting goggles, you're going to fuck your eyes up.
Right. Yeah, I got a really nice arc welder I've only used a few times.
We've got a nice one at the house, but it's old, super old. But it works like a champ.
I got an old Lincoln, I think it's like 200 amp or something, and you can reverse the polarity, and you can use your negative as a positive, or your positive as a negative, and you can do all kinds of weird shit. It's like
that's something else.
It's like a $1,200 welder. I think I picked it up for like $3 or $4.
Yeah, I think it's real cool. Like when I was doing 602 work, some of the guys that did ironworking before they got into steam fitting, they had those huge Generac welder generators on the back of their trucks, and they, those motherfuckers get way more potent than a normal, one that you can plug in. The plugs like you plug in a dryer or an electric stove that are like a 240 volt or whatever you call it. Yeah. Like a different shaped plug. It has that plug, the one we have. But if you got a generator the size of the back of a pickup truck, that's going to give you a little bit more juice than 240 volts with whatever amperage you're able to pull. Because that's what kills you is the amperage.
Yeah, well,
The
that's why
voltage
that's why
pressure.
the power company runs really high voltage so they can have smaller diameter wire. The higher voltage you have, the smaller wire you can use because it doesn't use as much amperage.
Yeah, that's why Nikola Tesla invented that whole concept. He's like, instead of just putting direct current, you got to have a generator station close to everyone. You can't really push it far. You put it in the form of alternating current, and you run the amplitude down. The voltage goes up. You can now push that shit really far, and once it gets to the house, you have a transformer to bring it back to high amplitude, low voltage.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah,
shit is scary. Those voltage lines, like if I was just working on one on Friday, I park my truck underneath them. You know what I mean? And if you I'm leaning into the back of the truck. I got it's got a top on the bed of the pickup truck, and if I brush my ear against the metal of that flap that you open up, that's above your tailgate, it'll just
right.
have a constant static electricity shock to my ear, just pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, it's
And it's
because
crazy. Or
our
you'll
lines,
feel vibration that you won't feel in other places.
yeah, it's because our lines aren't insulated very good. There's all kinds of RF going off all those lines. It's crazy. I think that's a lot of where our damn cancer come from. Is all the bullshit we got flying in our airs.
Yeah, I
We're
think
getting
from what I've read, most of the cancer in the United States is from preservatives and glyphosate, which is
Well, I'm
Roundup,
sure it's a
weed killer.
combination. I'm sure it's a combination, but I'm just
Oh
saying
yeah, definitely, yeah.
it can't be good for our bodies to have all this shit in our airwaves at all times. We got 5 or 6 different things flying around in the damn air that can't be good for anybody.
Yeah, and they do that shit on purpose because there are clean and healthy ways to generate electricity, and here we are burning coal and nuclear and all types of stuff that just harms the environment. Like I've worked on coal power plants, and on certain days in the summertime, it's quiet. Like nobody's really running their shit. But in certain days in the wintertime, you can't even hear yourself think inside that power plant. It's so loud because of how
Yeah.
much shit they got to generate.
I really think that idea that Tesla came up with getting power from the volcanoes is one of the best ideas I've ever heard of, because if we drilled a pipe, like a big 20-foot pipe down the middle of all these fucking active volcanoes, they'd never blow up again, but we'd have infinite power. It's
There are a lot
awesome.
of ways to have infinite power, but they don't want that. Tesla, you ever heard of a Tesla tower?
Oh yeah,
It's a wireless tower. It's how that Wi-Fi is the reason, or this is the reason Wi-Fi exists, because he invented a way to teleport electricity wirelessly, and as long as you had a receiver, you could pick it up for free, and they couldn't charge people for that because
right.
you know what I mean. It just puts out almost unlimited energy, and anybody can pick it up anywhere without there being a record.
Yeah.
So they had to wire everything in so that way they could record who's using what, so that way they could charge him. And there's 1,000 ways to do that. There are people that have done this across the world. Like there are different shapes. You can just run air through these shapes. Like put this specific format of a thing, think of like a jet engine, you put it where there's a lot of wind, and it's going to roll so much more energy than a fan turbine. It's going to give you enough to power a city instead of enough to power a house.
Right.
And these type of things have been invented 1,000 times over, and what they do is the people that invent them, they either pay them off or they kill them.
Yeah.
Take this money, or you're going to wish you took this money.
Yeah.
And they're starting to let a few things through, like it's now public knowledge to make a hydrogen generator out of water. So you can trickle charge a direct current into water and create hydrogen gas, bottle that hydrogen gas, and then you can use that hydrogen gas in any combustion engine with the right conversions. They're allowing us to have that information now, but they're not allowing us to have the good ones, like a car that runs on air. Like you don't need to do shit.
Well, I think in China, Toyota's making or has made a hydrogen car, and they've had air-powered cars in, I think it's, God, I can't honestly remember, but I'm thinking it was Italy. I could be wrong, but they have air-powered cars, and what they do is they just have like a little burner
underneath the expansion chamber that heats up the air so you can go faster or whatever. And the Bunsen burner takes, I think it was a gallon per over 100 miles.
I heard about a car that was run off of toroids. They're using the shape of the universe, and which kind of looks like an hourglass or a figure eight. As per Eastern religion, they say it looks like a figure eight, and I guess normal Western science thinks that as well. I like to look at the universe as the inside of a bubble, but that's simple think.
Yeah.
Anyway, so certain shapes of a toroid, if you design it correctly, air coming in will spin a device at exponential rates. So just a small amount of air will make this thing go super fast. So you don't even need fuel at all. You're able to bottle. You probably have some sort of small battery to start the thing up, or when there's no airflow before you get going to create that airflow. That a small battery has been charged from the last time you had it running. But like little things like that, we're not going to be able to have. They don't want you to not be reliant upon the oil industry or the power industry or the medical industry or the banking industry. They don't want you independent. They don't want you to grow because they have to kick the ladder out behind them because somebody's going to climb up higher than them because they suck. They have to develop tactics of being shady in order to be where they are still. They're obsolete, so they have to try to keep us with obsolete technology. You know what I mean? So that way we don't rise above because we're better than them.
The only problem, from what I understand, though, is usually the things that spin very fast don't have much torque behind them, can't produce much power. They can, spin real fast, but they can't power too much. And then you got something that can spin slow but has lots of torque. Just depends how.
Yeah, when it comes to like diesel engines and gasoline engines, I see what you're saying. But you can always convert that speed back into torque with the right methods.
Right. Well, with gearing too.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's been decades that we've had enough. We probably had the technology to go outside of our solar system, in the hands of the government. But they make it. We're still driving cars that have less mile per gallon than the Model T.
Yeah.
Model T came out, I think it was like 35 or 40 miles per gallon with the first engine, the shittiest engine. And there are people that have made cars that got 100 or 200 miles per gallon. But there's this thing called planned obsolescence, which means they plan things to go broke before they would naturally go broke if you built them correctly. So that way you have to keep coming back for more.
Well, yeah. It's the great American way, the great American dream. Buy it to
They do it across the globe. But yeah, they say like one of the first light bulbs that was invented back around the times of Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison is still burning today.
Yeah, I heard about
before
that.
Planned obsolescence.
I heard about that.
There's old cars, like old trucks that were built in like the 19-teens and 1920s or whatever. I don't know the exact date, but old as shit. And they're like found in the woods, and people can go and start them up like immediately, despite all the rust and all the other bullshit, the gunk and dirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you usually just got to clean the gas tank out, make sure it's got good gas, and then maybe clean the points with the plugs up and change the oil, and they usually fire up 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I've seen a video of a guy, just some dumb YouTube video. He like found an excavator in the woods that was clearly old and been there for a minute, and he came through and finessed it back into running. He had himself a fucking $100,000 vehicle.
Yeah. I think I might have seen that.
Yeah, I watch a lot of those dumb videos that they probably advertise to everyone. It was nifty though. It's cool to see. Like you learn a little something.
Well, I know the Diesel brothers do a lot of that. They'll go into the woods and they'll get old equipment that's in the woods, and they'll take it out of the woods and deal with it the right way or whatever. And they're really big into that. I've seen them get a couple of excavators out and This one place they got like over 100 cars out in one spot. It was crazy.
Man, I go in the woods in some places and it's clearly an old junkyard. You know, it's full of shit, like, and cool shit sometimes. I've pulled some pretty cool shit off of sites like that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I have somebody that operates with, he does a lot of welding, a lot of metalworking, and I just found a broken half a manhole lid on a site recently. That's probably a good, $50 to $100 worth of iron.
Yeah, and as far as that one place out in the woods being a junkyard, it's hard to tell because I know when we were kids, it'd go around real quick. Hey, we found a good spot to leave a car if you need it, and it'd be around the whole city in just a matter of no time. So before you know it,
I found
there'd be 50 cars in one little spot,
I found a lot of fucking houses out in the woods, old structures.
Yeah, people just wanted to get away from it all. Just said, fuck it, this is my spot. I ain't going no further. And
one I found, the roof was laid down and the house was laid down, but the foundation was still there. But all this guy's belongings were underneath the fucking, falling down walls and roof and shit. And this motherfucker, I think the people who lived there had to have been out by like the 1960s, because I found like Maryland State fucking insurance cards for like 10 years straight for one or two people up in that house, or on the ground where the house was. Right. And all the cards were dated in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, wow.
Small little house in the woods with a not even a concrete foundation, like a cinder block foundation, and but he had a nice aluminum roof, tin roof.
My mom told me about there's this place in between the Oregon and Washington coast somewhere. They found an old ghost town, and there was only one or two ways to get there. One was to mountain climb, or two was to wait till the tide was out. So they went up there, and they said there was like 10 buildings, and every building still had food from like the Indian times, like obvious cowboy and Indian structures and shit. He said it looked like once they all got slaughtered, or two, they all ran because all their food was, sitting on the table, all their silverware and everything.
Yeah. That's fucked up, though. And obviously, you know what I mean? Well, not obviously. Maybe it was more accessible back in the day, but they probably put that shit there for a reason. Like, you had to get there over the mountain or with the low tide.
Yeah, Charger thought it was safe, and then, like I said, some little scout saw it and said, hey, there's, a bunch of people on our land. We got to get them out of there. Oh, shit. It's already almost 4 o'clock. I've been on for 3 hours. We lost our crowd. There's supposed to be 3 people in the chat. Not saying nothing, though.
Yeah, it's all right, sir. He's hungry. It's okay.
Whip out your damn tit. Give him that tit.
The second he gets a bottle in his mouth, he shuts up.
Imagine that.
He's a good boy, though. He's been dealing with, not me, he's been dealing with diarrhea today.
That's no good.
Yeah, so he's probably uncomfortable and a little bit dehydrated.
The link should be in the chat if you want to come up, man.
Yeah, it was pinned last time I looked at the chat. I think it was, at least. I could be wrong. Maybe that was Freedom Growers channel.
It took me a little while to figure out how to get it that fast, but once I did, it's pretty easy now.
I've never had a live, and I don't have like any subscribers on my channel, like maybe fucking 5 or something. Not that I'm trying to do YouTube broadcasting, but since I don't have any subscribers or whatever, I don't even know how StreamYards and all that shit works.
Yeah,
Aside
it's
from
really
this
dark
end.
in that car there, Patriot.
Patriot Canadian, you're muted.
Yeah, you muted too.
Hey, I see, Larry, your mic sucks. And hey, Thomas. Yeah, your mic's just horrid.
Yeah, it was a little
turned
bad, but I just turned my volume up.
Yeah, I'm at max volume and it's difficult to hear.
It's not horrible, Larry. It's just low. Like, it sounds good now that my volume's high, but it was hard to hear you earlier.
Yeah, that's what's weird. Sometimes if people say they can hear me real good, other times they say it's kind of low. I think I should get my other cam out of the bedroom and see if that one works better, but I don't think that one's got a mount for my tripod. I should go look. Maybe I'll do that.
We got
Yeah,
fog out here for 2 days.
Fog? We have fog like every other morning here.
Yeah, but where you live, it doesn't snow 30 days after it's foggy.
No, it doesn't.
Where I live, if we get fog in the wintertime, about 30, 35 days later, we always get snow.
I like snow. I know I don't deal with it the way you do, but like I don't know. It feels like it invigorates my soul. Like I enjoy shoveling the fucking driveway. I enjoy crinkling snow underneath me. I enjoy like that muddy field that is usually sloppy is now hard and you know what I mean, frozen.
Yeah, it just stays too long here. It's enough once a year.
Yeah, I feel you. Honestly, it hasn't even snowed at all this year. It's sprinkled snow, but never accumulated.
Yeah, you'll
It
pay
actually
for that.
sleeted a bit today.
You got
when I was a
buffaloes
kid,
out there.
You said they got buffaloes where you live?
No, but you never got snow because Buffalo got it all.
Oh yeah. When I was a kid, we used to have like 4, 5, 6 snow days a year. Sometimes it would be a snow week because we'd have so much damn snow. Nowadays, you're lucky to get 1 snow a year.
Now, I think that's a cycle.
Yeah, I do too. I don't attribute it to man or carbon or anything.
Because it was about, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, before I bought a snowmobile, there was no snow. And then I bought a snowmobile thinking, okay, it's going to snow this year, and then there was no snow. But the next 2 years, we got snow. And on the second year, it was in between the old roads, like that go in between the fields, and there's trees there shrouding in. The wind would blow it in. And those trees are 30 feet tall, maybe 35. And you could literally go touch the treetop branches. There was so much snow. It wasn't like that everywhere, but just where the roads were with the trees and it could accumulate, get blown in and stuck in there. And then it would turn like to hard concrete. It was hard to snowmobile on. But then it's all gone. And now this year, this is like 10 years ago now, we're getting snow again. I think we're going to get a whole bunch more. And we need it too. The Mississippi's going dry. All the rivers, they're all looking bad, like the Colorado that's head south. It don't look that good. So it's just time to replenish the system, I think.
Where in Canada do you live? You don't have to like dox yourself, but like a general area. I'm interested.
I'm kind of like in central Saskatchewan. Well,
so you're up there.
South central, not really.
Yeah, okay. It's still up there.
But yeah, I'm kind of in South Central, not too far from Saskatoon.
Have you ever seen Sasquatch?
No.
They're smart, I hear. I believe they're real. I know a lot of people don't. But I hear they're more intelligent than man.
Yeah, there was, when I lived in British Columbia, there was a guy that was traveling around showing foot castings and stuff like that. And after listening to this old guy that lived out there since he was a kid, I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's something. You see that latest video of that something standing on top of that mountain just out of Banff?
No, I don't think so.
There's something tall, like a giant, probably 30 feet high, maybe 30, 40, but it's on top of a snowy top mountain, and it wasn't there. I know that area. I know the mountain because when you come to Banff, you look over across and you can see it, right? It's a really nice mountain. And there was these guys are coming into town, and they could see it. And his buddy wouldn't pull over so he could get a good picture and zoom in, but he did pull his cell phone up and get a picture of it, like a video. And then when he got back to town, it was gone. It wasn't up on the top mountaintop anymore. And it was tall, and it did resemble a humanoid figure, but if the guy would have pulled over, he could have zoomed in and got a better picture, but he didn't get a good picture. And then a couple of weeks later, this guy might have gone missing or something, but when you're downtown Banff and you're looking to the west, I think it is kind of like the northwest, there's a shallow mountain there. It's not very tall. And one day there was nothing on top of it, and the next day there's some kind of camouflage building with some radio antennas. This guy took a picture of that in the video, did a short documentary, and now he's missing.
That ain't better or worse. Is my volume any better or worse now?
Well, that's way better.
I'm not sure, but I think it's better.
All right, cool.
Well, yeah, that's
I didn't have
better.
a big issue earlier, but yeah, it's fucked. I mean, I dropped one of my AirPods in the water, and that particular side of my head, I hear very, like, it's quieter, I guess is the way to put it. So, certain times I can't hear shit, because if your mic's quiet, my headphones are quiet. But I don't even wear both AirPods at the same time anymore. I don't want them frying both sides of my brain at the same time. Just one.
So do you fry like just your right side, or do you fry, you know, like do your right a little bit and then do your left? Kind of, you know, like
I do that. Yeah, I try to spread it out. Give my right side time to heal before I fucking heat it back up again. No, I'm not too worried about that. I know people say like the frequency coming off these AirPods are outrageous, but I believe our body has the ability to protect from that type of wave.
You know what Tesla said about that, eh? We're supposed to stay away from certain frequencies, and then he didn't tell us what frequencies to stay away from.
There's so many frequencies that you should stay away from, and there's a lot of frequencies that don't affect you, and there's a lot of frequencies that really build you up and help you.
Well,
for example, a beautiful piece of music.
Dick's got one of those energy machines there that pumps out frequencies, and he's burnt himself a couple times learning how to use it.
There's this guy, I don't know his first name. I'm pretty sure his last name is Hutchinson, and there's this thing called the Hutchinson effect, I think.
Yeah,
and,
he's from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's from
He
Vancouver.
takes sound waves and fucking like either melts metal, makes metal levitate. It's cool, the type of shit he knows.
Yeah, he fucking disintegrates metal and makes it warp.
And make metal float.
Yeah, makes it float. Makes all kinds of things float. Bowling balls, fucking just about any type of math.
I think I also saw a video of him showing HHO gas. It's different than regular H2 gas, but this HHO gas apparently is so close to water that the flame doesn't affect you. You can put a hot torch flame to your hand, and it just feels like air. You can't touch the metal part because the metal is affected, gets hot, and the metal will fuck you up.
I'm going to be on the side. I got to go find a coat hanger for my daughter.
Oh, God. I hope there's a locked door and not a fucking child involved in that coat hanger.
No, they locked their keys in the car, I guess, or something.
Get 2 toilet plungers. Just pull on the put the toilet plungers on the window, and you pull down gently, you can open the window.
I think
Yeah, I
it's
was about to say
electric.
that's one way to do it. I push it
I
down
think
with my hands, not a plunger. But yeah.
I think it's electric.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's electric. It's honestly probably easier if it's electric.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've tried pulling them down before and haven't been able to. Anyway, she's waiting. I gotta go.
All right, man.
Okay. Are we shutting her down here? I can go too, I guess. Nice talking to you guys. We'll talk to you next time, Larry. And nice seeing you again, Thomas. And you all take care.
I don't think he's shutting down. I think he's just walking away, but yeah. Dirty Larry. Patriot Canadian. If you wouldn't have popped out, you could have been up here hanging out. But I'm sure Larry will be back soon. And for whoever you people are watching, thank you for staying with us through this very monumentous podcast, or whatever it's called. I'd go off on a fucking monologue or rant, but I don't even know where to start. I don't know what y'all want to fucking hear.
It's getting cold out there. I didn't mean to chase Patriot away. I guess he misunderstood me.
Is he in the back panel?
I don't see him down below. I don't know if he's still in chat. I got 3 in chat. I don't remember how many we had when we left. I'm a space
Yeah,
cookie.
I'm
What
not.
can I say? I'm
Did you
a
get the keys out?
space cookie cadet from the planet Urex.
There's I don't know why it's escaping. The artist's name is escaping me, but there's this fucking little retarded song about Zeltar. The guy usually does rap and hip hop. Made a little goofy song where he pretends to be an alien and kind of raps over this beat, pretending to be an alien. And it's fucking awesome.
That's funny shit.
My memory fucks up because I smoke a lot of fucking weed, and I haven't smoked a lot of weed today. My memory starts to fuck up when I don't have weed. It's weird. And it's not even really fucking up. It's just my brain's like, nah, no thanks on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I let the fire get down to nothing. I'm retarded. Hot coal still though. Man, oh man. Super hot in there still. This fucking piece of wet wood's gonna go up in flames in 1 second.
Damn kids, what are they good for? Nothing but damn trouble, I'll tell you. Trouble!
Did she get her keys out?
He came back, he showed me some screwdrivers. He didn't think they were gonna work, and I'm like, they should work. I just heated up my dev rig too, and now I gotta heat it back up. Damn kids anyway. What are they good for, buddy? Nothing.
Yeah, I got a nice rig, but I never really get dabs. I feel like flour's cheaper. Maybe where I live, that's the case.
What was cheaper? I couldn't hear you. The torch was going.
Around me, I think flour is cheaper if you do it right than wax.
I spent a lot less money on dab than I did weed. I spend like $300 or $400 a month on weed, and I spend maybe a little over $100.
Well, that's cool. You must got a nice connector. It does
Actually,
something different for you, or whatever.
I can get them out the door at the dispensary like $9 a gram.
Yeah, not around here. That ain't happening. That's cool shit. I can get like a 30% THC flower, $10 for an eighth around here.
Yeah, most of the stuff I get 70% or above, and usually anywhere between maybe a couple points of CBD, and the terpenes are usually pretty high up there too.
I think when I go to getting dabs, I keep saying go to getting. That's something someone else says more often than I do. When I go and get dabs, it's usually about $25 or $35 a gram.
Holy shit! Yeah, I got 2 grams a couple days ago for $18.
That's real nice. I'm sure there's a place around here that does it better than where I usually go, but where I go has really good flower deals, which is why I like it.
Yeah,
I like smoking flower. I really do. Like dabs are cool, and I do like it, but sometimes they get me too hot.
I think they all pretty much, the prices are pretty close to the same. They know what the others are charging. It's definitely a lot. It's definitely a lot cheaper now than it used to be. It used to be, $300 an ounce.
Hell yeah, fucking yeah. It's still probably $200 an ounce in a lot of places across the nation.
Yeah, the real good stuff. I wish I could find some good old skunk bud.
You can around here.
Really?
Yeah, dude. And as a matter of fact, I bring weed with me when I do my daily festivities every day, and I can legally do that. But I did it even before I could legally do it, and I employ a smell-proof bag. If you put something in a glass jar, the smell's getting through. You put something in a plastic bag, the smell's getting through. You take it's not even airtight. It's like a regular cloth bag, but it's lined with carbon, like a Brita filter, and it absorbs all the smell. And when it
Right.
starts to leak through, you just put it in the sun, and UV light clears the
That's
filter
cool.
of carbon.
That's cool.
So I have like this black bag that you can't smell the stinkiest weed outside of the bag, and
Yeah,
it's not even airtight.
that is cool. Yeah, that's a problem with Ziploc. You could always smell what was through that bag in those damn Ziplocs. You could
Well, yeah,
seal
because yeah,
you could
definitely, it's physics.
you could seal meal them and everything. You could still smell it.
Well, because like air is a big molecule, water's a big molecule, but most molecules that transfer smell are smaller than the lattice structure of whatever holds that bag together. So the molecules are not trapped by the bag; they just pass right through.
Right. Yeah, it acts like it's not even there.
It slows it down a little bit. Yeah, it's getting out,
Yeah.
but it's people do different things, and it's whatever. I had an old Native American guy back before weed was legal tell me the best way to keep the dogs that sniff, well, in his opinion, the best way to keep the dogs that sniff for drugs from getting your shit or for finding your shit is to keep pelts of large cats in your car. He said it doesn't matter dead or alive if the dog can gets a whiff of a smell of an animal that is a cat that's larger than it, it's automatically in fear mode no matter what type of dog it is. Some old Native American shit. So he had some cougar pelts, and he said that the dogs come out foaming at the mouth and like kind of whimpering when they get to smelling it because it invokes some, I guess, primal fear. Dogs are scared of lions. There are some breeds that are not, but most dogs are scared of lions, especially German shepherds and Doberman pinchers. And that's a cougar, a mountain lion. Usually are bigger than dogs when they're fully grown. The ones that are the cougars that are found in like northern Mexico, central Mexico, a lot of times are as big as like African lions. And they hunted it into extinction, but there's a lion, the biggest cat in the world is a tiger. There's a lion in the Americas that was bigger than tigers. And they had all the data on it, like drawings and, you know, the fucking genus and species put down. And this lion, I could look it up, I actually have the book reference very close to me, I think. But yeah, they hunted it into extinction. There's a bear bigger than any bear on Earth. They hunted into extinction in North America. There's also a buffalo that's like 2 or 3 times the size of the biggest buffalo on Earth that was native to North America that they hunted into extinction all around the same time as Native Americans were almost genocided. But yeah, it's crazy that fucking cougars in northern Mexico get as big or bigger than African lions.
Damn kids won't leave me alone. What? No, did you want to go outside? I thought you were just out there. You got, wait a minute. I, 3 kisses? Daddy got 3 kisses? No way. I'm going to put it on TV so everybody can see you giving me kisses so I can show it to everybody to show them that you do give me kisses once in a blue moon.
What type of dog is it?
He's half wolf and half rot. Here, I'll show him to you.
Half wolf. You mean husky or actual wolf?
No, he's half wolf. He looks like a shepherd.
You got
but he's
Balto.
not. He's got.
Oh, that's cool.
His hair's like
Beautiful
damn.
dog.
He's like horsehair. You go to pet him, it's like horsehair.
Yeah, I don't know. I've
feet.
never been close to a wolf,
feet,
but
dude. Look at
looks
those
similar.
feet. Look at his feet. They're fucking huge.
Yeah, they are.
Buster.
That's cool. He's
He's
a cool looking pup.
He's pissed at me because I won't let him out. Shit, he's like 12 years old.
I had a small Pomeranian dog. It didn't die until it was literally 20 human years old.
Yeah.
And it didn't die from natural causes. He got ran over. Shit is crazy. My dog is a lab mix. It looks like it's either pit bull or German shepherd as like the other part of it. And then my cat is like a long-haired Siamese. I think there's different names and interpretations of what type of cat that is, but I think you can envision that. Matter of fact, she's chomping at the bit right now. Kinda. She wants to be near me, but not be held. What? You want to be fed? That's what you want. That's why you're following me around everywhere. I am in the mood for some music. I can't really play it because it'll fuck up the stream.
Ah.
I'm warming up your food, babe. Give it a second. What? Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing?
What the fuck?
What? You wish you could crawl. You're trying to crawl over here. You just don't know how yet. What? What? What's so funny?
Some girl just came to my door, wanted to wash some clothes here, and I've never seen her before.
Do you live in a bad part of town?
Yeah, real bad.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Now, where I live, if someone was walking down the street acting a fool, someone would call the cops on them.
Yeah.
Everyone around me is quiet, and they make decent money, probably way more than I make, and very friendly, very giving, very neighborly. I have not even witnessed police in our neighborhood for months, except for there's one or two that live here, but you know what I mean? I haven't witnessed a patrol in months.
All right, here's
Probably
a video.
years.
Here's one video of my neighborhood.
Yeah, I think I saw you walking around once. It looks kind of rough, but that doesn't mean just because one or two rough people are there that everything's rough.
It's sideways, I guess.
So, all right. Where in Oregon did you say you live? What's the closest city?
Eugene,
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. I don't know anything about Eugene.
look at all that garbage.
Yeah, there's a few people near where I live that have setups like that.
Okay, now you want to see something even funnier? You saw that motorhome, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Empty and
got
torn
another
around.
one. Yeah, like now here's that same motorhome getting smushed up.
It's just torn up. So what happened to it?
The city came by and smashed it up and hauled it away, and we paid for it. And all these junkies just call them up and tell them to do it, and they're right on it.
Oh, they asked for it. I was about to say, so they're just destroying property and stealing shit? But no, somebody asked for it. That's a service.
Yeah, the homeless. There's like 50 or 60 people that live there in this abandoned house, and they go and
Yeah.
they go and they get these RVs. They live in them, and then they fill them up with garbage and needles, and then call the city up, and the city just says, "Oh, how can we greatly assist you?"
I'm sure they probably need that housing and that RV for a bit, but they shouldn't be tearing it up if there ain't
Now
got nowhere else to be.
check this one out. Just wait. Right up here, you'll see a car that's coming. There he is. Now check this shit out. Hit my fucking fence and then takes off. Here, I'll come out running. You'll see. There I am.
What do you think? He was just drunk or high?
Now he almost hits me. I think he's backing up to talk to me, but no, he almost hit me and then fucking took off.
Yeah, he's fucked up, isn't he?
Oh yeah. That's just a small piece of pie of what I get to live with every day.
Yeah. That's why if I head out west, it's going to be in the goddamn mountains somewhere. I'm not going near any cities. Well, I already live near a city. Even if I move and stay on the east, I'm going
everywhere now, basically. You know, it's getting like that everywhere. It's sad.
It's encouraged. Like, people living like shit is encouraged by the government, and people that tend to start being successful got to jump through more hoops.
Oh, we'll probably have that same MAID program that they got up in Canada here before too long, so we can get rid of all of our homeless. Oh, you can't pay for a home? We'll take care of that. We'll just kill you, and then all your problems will be solved.
I believe they probably have already done that multiple times in America. Maybe not like widespread, but in pockets.
They're making pamphlets for small kids up there to brainwash them to be ready for, oh, just go ahead and charge up $10,000 worth of debt and you can't pay for it. It's okay. We'll just kill you and all your problems will be solved.
But advocating suicide or homicides because of financial issues?
Anything, dude. It's called the MAID program. It's medical assistance in death, I think it is. And they'll kill you basically for any reason. I mean, they're even doing now genetic testing before these kids are born, and if it's genetically deformed in any way, shape, or form, the mother has no say, so they will kill it before it's born because they don't want to.
Oh, I wouldn't be involved with that. They can't make that mother do that, and if they kill anybody without the father's consent,
They're already been
even
doing it.
even abortion without the father's consent, unless of course it's rape or something weird, that's against the law.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time up there, I guess. Like I said, they're even coming out with children's books to show you, oh, well, don't worry about, if you got problems, we can take care of it for you. We'll just kill you.
Yeah,
Literally.
it's fucked up. They like it. That's what, I don't know. That's their game. That's their jam. And you know what?
But
There's a lot of honor in death. So like, you're gonna be in a better place. That's the way they look at it. Why not die?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're in a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation.
Well, they needed us as slaves, but now they got robots for that, so they don't need us as slaves anymore.
Well, yeah. Well, you see, the thing is, too, I think the reason why they all gave us the ring, so all these people would die. So then we'll let in all these immigrants because they're easier to mind control because they don't know any better. So we'll just go ahead and let in a couple million people from all these other places, and we'll mind control them up real quick, and everything will be okay.
Yeah, that's something else. Is a lot of these other nations are held down financially, so the people aren't really growing compared to places that are not held down financially. And so now you get a bunch of immigrants from like certain places in rural Mexico that may not really have a lot of growth and economy and education, and they're just not really like, I don't know. I work near construction sites a lot, and a lot of these there's a whole lot of Latin women that do construction work, and like almost all of them are wearing masks. There's a lot. Obviously, the guys are not lazy either. They're doing all types of work too. But a lot of them are wearing a mask. It seems like they're real easy. They have a real high sense of community, but it seems also they're easily swayed and manipulated if you
That's what
believe
I'm
that a
saying.
mask is going to
Yeah,
help
that's
you.
what I'm saying. Hell, I
And I
heard.
think it's because they're held down. Not that they're different. I just think they've been held down.
Yeah, like I said, they're easily brainwashed. I heard just the other day, I don't know if it's true, but I heard we're like $31 trillion deficit now.
Oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't make any sense. Here's the thing. Like, I love to break this down for people. Anything the government does, they have to start with your tax money. So any debt that they have means it's a credit for you. The deeper the government is in debt, is the richer you are as a man paying the taxes. That's more money in your pocket. That means they owe you. They owe you 31 trillion. They owe the human race 31 trillion.
Yeah, but we're to a point now where we're not even bringing in close to that. And I don't know, I just think we need to get rid of our military for about 10 years. Stop sending all this fucking money everywhere else. We need to clean up our backyard, take care of us and our own, and then worry about anything else afterwards.
That is one way that would benefit a lot of people.
Well, we spend 3 times more money on our military than 10 countries put together.
Oh yeah, I know. I know that whole thing. Like fucking, if you
It's
just
fucking
stop military
ridiculous.
spending for one day, you could give it back to the people, and everyone would get like $1 million apiece.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
The thing is you can end fucking homelessness. You can end like poverty, fucking yesterday if that was your goal.
No, we gotta
Not
have
you, but the government not the
right.
government, but
No,
you know
I
what I
know.
mean? Like the amount of money that the government has, if it were put into a different place, that type of thing wouldn't be a thing. Poverty and
Well,
homelessness and
the problem is there's too much back scratching, and oh, we love your idea so much, so we're going to give you $20 million, but it's just for the good of the cause. It's because we're not trying to, force your or sway your way any, but and then all these people get inside information, and all they care about is the money. They don't care about who they're hurting or who they're killing.
yeah. Well, I think it goes deeper than that. I think they're fucking they're planning it to really hold down the masses. And if
Oh
you
yeah,
are doing a certain thing that the powers of the people that are in power, of the structure that really isn't it doesn't really have any power over a man, but we allow it to run our lives as a citizen. And it's designed to hold people down. It's designed to keep people homeless. It's designed to keep the people that have less with less, and it's designed to reward greed and everything that's kind of similar to greed. Like, if you're doing poorly in Western economy, you end up getting in a shittier position, and it's harder to not do poorly. Whereas if you are taking from others, you're a fucking landlord, slumlord, and you got a bunch of people working to pay for a location to live, so that way you don't have to work to pay for your location to live. There's a lot of people doing that, and like being greedy, and they want more of that. They want people that know how to take a bunch from a bunch of people that don't have it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not talking shit. Like, if you owned a house and you paid all the money to the bank and you ended up moving out and buying a second house and you're renting that one house out to someone, I'm not saying you're a slumlord, but if you have an apartment complex, and you know what I'm getting at, there are slumlords out there.
Oh, yeah.
And not every apartment complex is a slum. I'm just saying. There are people that are taking advantage of others, and there are people that are, honorable. And a lot of times, that's what's going on. Like, people are homeless, or people are paying $2,000 for rent when they should only really be being charged $600 for rent, and that's all they can deal with.
It's funny, around here, the worst apartment complexes around here usually have some kind of name that says villa. If it says villa in it, you want to stay away as far as possible. There's anything under the sun going on there. I'll tell you, every one of them, I know probably of 20 different villas, and every one of them are all the same way.
Yeah,
it's like, you want your Huron, you go to door number 27. You want your speed, you go to door 24. You want your whore, you go to door number 3. You want your, they have a door for every fucking thing you want.
And at least what I observe, a lot of drug dealers and pimps or whatever, they don't really live in the areas that they work. They'd be smart to not live in the areas they work. So they're not even from there. They're coming into town and sitting in somebody else's apartment to sell their shit, and they're leaving when they're done.
Yeah, the smart ones, but around here, we just got stupid people so fucking high on their shit. Half the time they're talking to the tree, let alone the fridge that doesn't them for some reason.
There was a lady, I think she's homeless around here, but I was fucking smoking weed in my car one day, and I saw her at the back of the parking lot playing with fucking leaves on trees that were coming through a chain link fence. So I decided to drive over. Like, I was going to think that I'll be able to talk to her. Maybe I'd buy her like a fucking sandwich from the store nearby. I just was hoping to engage in dialogue to get somewhere where I could help her or learn more about her to feel like if I should help her. And she immediately, I was like, "Hey, how you doing? What trimming this fence down so it looks pretty," or whatever. I forget what I said to spark the conversation. And she just like, "Thank you. Have a nice day." Like, she didn't want anything to do with me. Like, bitch, I'm trying to buy you a sandwich and talk to you, and you're like being mean. All right. Carry on, you homeless lady.
That's like when we and this friend of mine went from Seattle to San Francisco. We finally get there, and we're trying to ask people, where we could go to look at shit, and fucking everybody's looking at us like we got the fucking plague. And I'm like, looking at myself, going up to windows and looking to see, like, do I got something hanging off my face or, something going. And I'm like, finally we came up to this old wino, and he was really cool, and he didn't even ask for no money or nothing, but we gave him a couple bucks, and he showed us around the town and shit. It was pretty cool.
I mean, I found there's a homeless guy walking down the road one day, right? And I'm smoking weed behind an establishment that I wish not to name, but I knew the owner, and he was a cool guy. So me and a friend are smoking weed behind his establishment, and there's a homeless guy walking down the road, or he seems homeless. I think he was. Could be wrong. And I'm like, hey, you want to hit this bowl? Because he's walking right by us. And he's like, yeah, fuck yeah, thank you. Nobody ever offers me anything. And he goes to offer me something, and it's heroin. That's what he had to offer.
Yeah. Thank you, but no thank you. I know all the time when I go to the store on my electric bike, all these people were like, do you know where to get some shit? And I'm like, dude, I don't do nothing but weed. You know? Go find somebody else. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I appreciated his offer, his sentiment. It was very giving for someone who has an addiction. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's really good at staying on his P's and Q's, and he just likes that shit. But yeah, that's very nice of someone to attempt to share their heroin. Because I dated this girl. She didn't do heroin, or maybe she did at times, but it was mainly pills like 30s or 40s. Oxycontin 40s, Percocet 30s, whatever.
Yeah.
And like I would, or Xanax or whatever, and I would want to indulge with her. Like I don't like those drugs, but I can do like a portion of a line on a Friday and just not fuck with it for another week or two and be all right. But she'd start to get greedy on that shit and not want to like be honest about what's going on. Like I could just tell. I'm like, damn, this got to be serious because you want to lie to someone that you claim you like.
Yeah, I tell everybody, I don't care what in the fuck you do, but I can't let you kill yourself, you know?
Yeah, what I learned about those opiates is they're really pretty nice, and that's a bad sign if it's something that you know is going to kill you over time. If you really fucking like it, it's really easy to really like this shit, but it's really bad for you. I should maybe stay away from it.
Yeah. Yeah, I lost my brother to heroin and speed.
I've had friends that have overdosed. Either they got something with too much fentanyl in it, or they thought that they could do the same as they did when they were more tolerant. And it's depressing that someone that, I don't know, was so much fun or brought so much joy in life to so many people end up just out of here off a mistake. And we allow it and we like it and we encourage it as a society.
Yeah, he'd been into it for quite a while. He even went in quite a few programs and never could quit. Couldn't figure out why. And I just tell him that, you know, because he didn't really make that choice in his heart and soul. He, you know, thought he did, but he never really did, or he would have quit. And he was dead for over a week in his apartment. And that's the lifestyle a junkie lives. Those, you know, they board themselves up in their place, so nobody knows what the fuck they're doing, and nobody pays attention to you for a week or so, you know?
It's sad. I mean, it really, part of me wants to cry right now. Like, I hate that that's the way the world is. Like, I am so ashamed and so embarrassed by so many facets of the way this world is. It's fucked up.
Yeah, there's like the passion went out the door somewhere along the line. And now we got to be so word perfect, you know? You call somebody, you know, like, hey, ma'am, and they fucking hit you upside the head. I ain't no ma'am, I'm a man, or I'm a man. I'm a man, woman, monkey, fucking gorilla, fucking zebra, fucking non-female, male, fucking train.
And you're close to a train?
Yeah, it's like a block away.
Man, I lived kind of close to a train track when I was younger. I didn't mind it because I like it, but I can see how it would get old.
What's weird too is we get fucking shit. Sometimes they're really bad on the one. But we get both freight trains and passenger train on the one track.
Okay. It's only freight around here. I've never seen a passenger train along the tracks that are near where I used to live.
Some of the freight trains are bad. You can hear him way before he does his fucking horn. You can feel the ground. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
When they get really heavy loads, dude, this whole fucking neighborhood just shakes because their whole load's so heavy. And it's scary because I know those fucking tracks are gotta be at least 50 years old or older.
Where I live, they would upkeep the tracks a lot. I would walk the tracks and they would be fresh as fuck. They're really on top of it. But the only trains coming through here are coal trains, and it would be like, I shit you not, 120, 150 cars with like 4 engines or 5 engines or whatever it takes to pull that. And like if they're there's so many roads that they are coming across, so you're just sitting there for 10 or 15 minutes, whatever it takes that long of a train to pass.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. We had one that came by, not too long ago. It had 6 fucking engines.
Yeah, and it probably had 100 or 150 cars.
Oh, I think it was more than that. It took like 20 minutes to pass. Like that one's still going now.
Like all the power plants around me are either nuclear or coal or gas. So they need all that shit. And I work on these coal plants, and like, so I got to like set a point, and on concrete you just kind of drill a hole or make a notch and come back later. Well, this fucking shit is so bad. They burn up so much coal that you go back 2 days later and it's covered in a 16th inch of ash in 2 days.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know why. With all the other technology, they want to burn coal around here.
Because
And natural gas.
Because there's so much of it, they can get it cheap. Because they can get, somebody to kill themselves, be dead in 20 years. That's no big deal. So what if you get buried down 200 feet below ground? That's okay. You might give your loved ones an extra $100 for it.
Yeah, the coal mines are in West Virginia, and we're burning coal out the ass near D.C. And I've been near these coal mine communities. These guys, they're tough motherfuckers, and I don't know. It's got to fuck up your head knowing you're going to die early.
Does it take like a great amount of pressure to make coal?
Yeah, it's pressure of the earth, not pressure we're giving it, but yeah. Well, that's diamond, I think you're thinking of. But yeah, coal can come, it's either found up inside of these, underground tracks and veins, or you can make coal, charcoal is what they call it, with wood, which will burn hotter than wood after you char it up. And it, like a lot of Russian houses, they can't burn wood because it takes too much work. They have to burn coal because it burns hotter, doesn't burn as quick, and the amount of time you would take tending a wood stove in negative 50-degree temperatures is a lot, but the coal reduces your work.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, I've seen it. These motherfuckers getting dirty as shit, bringing like black ass coal up in their house, getting everything fucked up just for the wood stove. And their whole house is built around the stove. It's like a brick structure in the center, and like certain houses even have the beds built on the brick that the fireplace is surrounded by.
Yeah. Oh. Now we got the wind picking up. I got some pretty big damn trees not too far from me too. That's what scares me, man, when this wind picks up. I'm talking like 150 foot tall and shit. I had a piece of branch fall on my shit last year.
Yeah, I deal with that shit a lot. I work in the woods and the wind, and I've had branches fall on my head. Nothing serious like that would injure me, but I can only imagine if God intended for me to be gone. It would just take one fucking tree one day I'm in the woods to fall over on me.
Well, the branch that came off the one end was probably 14 inches.
Damn. Yeah, I think it was about a 3 or 4 inch diameter branch that hit me. It was like maybe 6 feet long.
Yeah, it fucked some
Recently.
shit up. It took out my canopy. It took out a gas scooter. It broke lots of shit up. Luckily, it it came down and it bounced off my shed. And then when it bounced off, it did a 360 or something, flipped over and then came and went through my canopy and stuff. But we were lucky because if it would have went the other way, it would have hit her brand new car that she just got. It was probably been like a couple weeks old. I feel like listening to some music.
I was just talking on mute like a retard, but I would be down for some music if you don't think you'd be copyright stricken.
Oh no, I could use my son's music. He gave me all rights on his music.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, play something. But like where I live, there's at least a few people that do this. They'll be like, it used to be a farm. It ended up getting wooded over the last 40 years. So you got 40-year-old trees on this farm that's now going to end up getting turned into a neighborhood. And what they'll do is they clear a certain section. And on the outsides of the clearing, they'll purposely tear up the roots of the large trees. And so when you get your house and you're at the edge of the neighborhood, you'll have a huge dead widowmaker tree. You'll notice it's dying, so you're going to want to go pay the money to get it removed, and it'll be the same fucking company that killed that tree that's going to come through and take your money to fall that tree and get it out of your yard.
Yeah.
It's a fucking racket. It's dishonest people.
It's the replay, but I will never be another copy. I will never be another clone of the ones who would fail before me.
And they say like however far out the tree goes, its branches, the roots go out further. And if you tear up the roots on any tree, if you get 100 feet close, or you can get within 100 feet of a tree that has a 100-foot radius drip line, you're tearing it up if you're digging into the ground, tearing up those roots. So, they're killing all types of trees that they're not supposed to kill just off of the fact that they're excavating near them. They don't care about that. They only care if you cut it down, not if you kill it at its roots. And I can't hear any music or you, Larry. It could be me, though.
The same as the one that they want us to. It seems all they want is an instant replay. But I will never be another copy. I will never be another clone of the ones who would fail before me. Until the day that the game gets boring.
Do you know what a choppy is? Somebody told me they thought it was a gangster. You still there, Thomas? Did I scare you away? Deb Nevitt? Huh. Well, I think I'm going to listen to this song and maybe one other, and I'm going to probably get out of here. It's almost 5 o'clock, and I've been on here a little over 4 hours.
Larry, do you have sound on your end? Yeah, I see your shit going. I can't hear you or me, or the music rather. It's on my end, I'm sure.
You couldn't, hang on, you couldn't hear the music when it was playing? I turned it off. All right, hang on.
Finna see an original, homie, mark my words. Can you hear me, homie? The last of a dying breed, and I know you don't know me, but lonely as we are in a lost and bogged down categories. Statutory rape to the game, what a shame, who to blame but us for the fame and the fortune, no trust, selling ourselves shot for a buck. What the fuck ever happened to just being real? What's the deal anymore? What has happened to us? Wake up, this is no fairy tale or magic school bus, it's a ride for our lives. A falsified truth, a vision unclear, so take a good long look into the mirror. Yeah, you know, it just seems like this game is so washed up anymore. No real cats in it, just a bunch of polluted rappers doing what they're told. Now I'm not sure if the game that we play is the same as the one that they want us to. It seems all they want is an instant replay, but I will never be another copy. I will never be another clone of the ones who have failed before me. Until the day that the game gets boring, finna see an original, homie, mark my words. Yo, garbage pail kids got this whole game twisted, thinking you could intrude, how rude. What is this, a motherfucking soup kitchen open for business? Well, if it is, kids, I'ma swallow my shit list. So fucking forget this and mark my words. There's no need for a witness, just listen and learn to the words that you're being told. This game's for grown-ups and it ain't you a puppy, you only a week old. You know what? Fuck it, I'ma let y'all finish off this beat. I got time for these weak-ass cats. I'm out. Now I'm not sure if the game that we play is the same as the one that they want us to. It seems all they want is an instant replay, but I will never be another copy. I will never be another clone of the ones who have failed before me. Until the day that the game gets boring, finna see an original, homie, mark my words.
I heard the end of that one.
I wonder why you couldn't hear the beginning.
So
I'm gonna
StreamYard cuts my audio when like someone new comes up to the panel sometimes, or like if you throw a video up for whatever reason, that added quote unquote character will shut my audio off, and I don't know why.
I'm wondering maybe if I had it too loud, I turned it down a little.
No. It happens on Paul's channel. It's happened forever. I think it's either really shitty programming or on purpose to fuck with people.
Yeah, I see. There's this other one I wasn't gonna play, but I decided to play because I love the background. You got to check out what's sitting in this chair. It's pretty. I think it's kind of cool. This one.
Down on my knees, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. When I awaken, allow me to begin a new life, a new path without sin. Or is that even possible? I doubt it. Mountain of truth, move through and uncover. Fountain of youth, retained inside of the brain. It's no wonder the blunder is caused. The rumbling of thunder will pause and raise the raised hands of the gods. Nameless of the laws, broken stone against the odds. Swimming side to side, a little rope and dope. Given as I hold the throne, never choke. It's
like an elephant. Human characteristics other than the head.
Yeah, you can't even control that.
Neither you or I, with the deeper look into these cool, shallow, hallowed eyes. Many past lives, live and analyze. Seen, smelled, felt, recognized. Confused, lost, and traumatized. Left minds hypnotized. Coordinated, overweight, supersized. Contemplate, supervised. Find them glazed over blank stares, polarized. Who the hell am I, homie? Feeling so lonely and phony, naked and floaty. You, Father, for I have sinned. When I allow you in. New life, new path without sin. Is that even possible? I doubt it is. I doubt it is.
down on the knee.
Down on my knees with both of these broken palms pressed together so firmly. Scars so deep from a life of burning. The pain I was led to believe was about to learn. Tell me what the hell is my mind still mighty? It's grinding, turning and journeying. Sin and insane, proving it's out the hell from my pain. Lost so screaming and yelling, hurt me, yearning. War torn child and homie is really scurry. Put veterans, my heart is preferring. Ask what is making and giving. I put blood so much into my scrimmage. Now that's all hurt me. Out my past village of beans, as I pillage your village. What the fuck can you feel my rap? That's all search. She open your bitch. You get the dealage. I'm the realest. To walk upon the flame line, John. Now I'm
I like the music and the artwork. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go smoke with my son's a little cranky. Maybe in a second.
I'm so tired and worn down. I'm broken, losing sight.
Yeah, he can't. These beats that are on here, he paid for. He pays like $1,000 a beat.
Damn.
He says he can do his own beats, but he says the time that it takes to do them, it's cheaper for him to pay $1,000 a beat.
I've got friends that make beats. They don't charge that much, but they may not be what he's looking for. But I can show you some of my friends' work, but it's on SoundCloud. It's not on YouTube.
Yeah, I think these ones, people have a kind of a name behind their work, so kind of draws people.
Yeah, higher price product.
Yeah. I'll finish this one, then I'll play one more, and that'll be probably good for now, I think.
Apart and open from the middle ground. Lend me an ear to hear this old kicker's gear. Sheer also beat pound to give our sound busted and rusted, but it still kicks toxic because it's not simply put in its kick rock. Sayonara, gone and off with my flip flops. Sound the shit walk, strapped up, suited and booted with all the clicks locked in and loaded. Where to begin? Slow down, dismantling all the games. Ain't so lonely, ejaculating is floating. Making my knees, if I was floating and blinded by design, knowing the way through this time, flowing the dangers of life, knowing the angles of right, showing the hidden visions, truth growing. Listen, this mission is still going in time. Christened and glisten within herself, it's been missing all itself. You me, Father, I have sinned. When I awaken, allow me to begin new life, a new path without sin. Is that even possible? I doubt it is. Down on my knees, down on my knees, down on my knees. Oh, yeah, Lord.
Got it.
Yo, check it out, man. Real recognizes real, homie. No need of any more room if need be that for this fake shit in this game we call rap. See what these cats be forgetting? Is it's a lifestyle, so the choice is yours.
Yeah, my opinion's pretty biased, but I think the kid's pretty good. All these tunes are like 10 years old.
The choice is fucking yours. Yes, this choice is mine, so let's make sure I make a hell of a statement. First album ever pressed, goddamn, I raped it. With spit this sick, I should be facing federal indictment for the bars I am lacing. Charging my life, and still I am chasing my dreams. May our dreams never be lost. Better late than never, succeeding at whatever in all costs. No hesitation ever in my stance. Just a meditative, calm glance that will never freeze or stall. I hear the sounds vibrating and it's calling upon my every life choice made. I have finally found that mind state to be given the chance. So now I'm holding this throne, one of the first without gimmicks and acts. I'm snapping out of this trance. My pants are buttoned up, zip tight with no limits ahead. The notion be delivering a message through the essence of poetry. This time around the moment is mine. I won't let it go and slip away. My mind state replicates gold solid from the core with the knowledge of an old soul, a warrior of wise men, shinobi of the Buddhist monk. This time around the moment is mine. I won't let it go and slip away. My mind state replicates gold solid from the core with the knowledge of an old soul, a warrior of wise men, shinobi of the Buddhist monks. Yo. So truth be told, I'm a crazy loony bin, caged in Caucasian, racing at the speed of light, raging inside of my body, shady type of cat raising. Out of the shell I am grazing, down to the depths of hell, deep in the darknesses below, chose to froze the demons over release. In pure ecstasy I'm prone to repeat, known to deplete opposers who seek weak spirits and minds. My advice is retreat, before listen you will meet pure aggression beliefs if need be, tearing down the walls to your structure. Negativity will rupture. The truth hurts, but yes, it will puncture your heart firmly. Watch, baby, trust this. This is my game. It's time to give it justice. This time around, the moment is mine. I won't let it go and slip away. My mind state replicates gold solid from the core with the knowledge of an old soul, a warrior of wise men, shinobi of the Buddhist monk. This time around, the moment is mine. I won't let it go and slip away. My mind state replicates gold solid from the core with the knowledge of an old soul, a warrior of wise men, shinobi of the Buddhist monks. The realization of this conclusion comes to a head. Let's go ahead and sum it up so there's no confusion. Real is gonna come as real is gonna go. Real recognizes real, so those feelings homo you're just gonna have to deal with in slow-mo. Hurting deep as it grows, your true roots as it shows, as those lips deliciously blow the tip of my King Kong hoe. So watch as I never let go, never let go, never let go. This time around the moment is mine. I won't let it go and slip away. My mind state replicates gold solid from the core with the knowledge of an old soul, a warrior of wise men, shinobi of the Buddhist monk. This time around the moment is mine. I won't let it go and slip away. My mind state replicates gold solid from the core with the knowledge of an old soul, a warrior of wise men, shinobi of the Buddhist monks.
You're roboting. You sound like You sound like Donald Duck and the robot all together. I can't understand you, man. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. All right, try that.
How's it sound?
Nope, you're saying.
I'm gonna shut my whole ass phone down and then restart it.
All right, man.
I'll try just supply.
All right. I wish you could hear that shit. It's pretty funny. Oh my god. I guess I'll play one more since he's gone. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Everything's beautiful.
Do I sound like Donald Duck?
Now you sound much better now.
All right.
Family first. Love to see the smile on your face all through the day. I love the taste of ya. With every last breath, my
I'm gonna do that sometime. Some girl that I'm hot on, we're playing fucking spades. I'm gonna drop out the 7. Well, there's the queen, the ace, and the 3.
Long kiss, good night. I'm praying that you never leave my side. Don't miss a beat of my heart, my life. You are my pride, my bride. Separating us would be suicide. Who am I to decide? I fate, this is you and I. It's a two-way street, so ride with me down the avenue of love. You, I put none other above. An army of two, so when push comes to shove, who would've knew what would happen next? Rough sex and tough texts. Whenever we out in public, every man that surrounds us is looking suspect. But the point of the pressure is, when you in my surrounding, you got my heart pounding, baby. So maybe you can cut a brother some slack, mother of my children. Tell me you got my back when I got this feeling drilling deep inside of my chest, killing me softly, softly, softly. For me there is no option. So in the end, all I ask is you stand next to him. Him is I and I is him. Together a combination that is built to win. Till the fin, I defend, no pretense. Needed when it's heated with pain. It's love that I'm using for the meaning. So in the end, all I ask is you stand next to him. Him is I and I is him. Together a combination that is built to win. Till the fin, I defend, no pretense. Needed when it's heated with pain. It's love that I'm using for the meaning. Now, at whatever the cost, I'm standing firm to my word, never settle for a loss. Understanding feelings can be lost, so planted all these 2 feet, even when treading across. Coals that burn so deep without regret, it's that I hold for keeps. Lock it close to my heart to stop and throw away the key. Learn how to handle what it is I have to earn to be a man and turn the page to a new chapter and master the adolescence of my rage and what it is I'm really after. Before I set myself up for disaster and plaster my emotions all over this track without an outside influence or laughter. I was raised a bastard child and I promise that will never be my style. I just want my kids and wife to look up at him with a smile and say that's my father. He makes me so proud, a true influence and a proper figure to follow. So in the end, all I ask is you stand next to him. Him is I and I is him. Together a combination that is built to win. Till the fin, I defend, no pretense. Needed when it's heated with pain. It's love that I'm using for the meaning. So in the end, all I ask is you stand next to him. Him is I and I is him. Together a combination that is built to win. Till the fin, I defend, no pretense. Needed when it's heated with pain. It's love that I'm using for the meaning. So cherish the things that you hold on to, man. In the blink of an eye, it all change. Life happens in mysterious ways. Don't be afraid to go after what it is that you want.
What'd you think, Thomas? I think he's pretty good. Like I said, all those songs are like 10 years old. Yeah, we're still here, Jason.
Sorry, I liked it. I got a crying baby. I'm changing the diaper. He just got a fresh diaper. He's got diaper rash and
Go
all
for
that
it,
shit.
man.
He's not happy.
All right, take care of what you got to take care of, man.
Yeah, he's fine. He's got a fresh diaper now.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to put him in his walker or in bed. I don't know if he's tired or if he wants to hang out and have fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the kid's pretty talented. Like I said, all those songs are like 10 years old, and after he gave me his link and stuff, I got him inspired, so I guess he's making some more tracks and stuff. Getting warm in here.
Man, this boy is not in a good mood. He usually is.
No, poor kid.
He got runny poops and it's tearing his butt up.
That
I
sucks.
know, sir. He's still happy in between. I'm giving him the good shit. He got
Yeah.
that butt cream.
Yeah, Destin was kid. That Destin, that works pretty good.
Yeah, I've got like the max strength of that. The
Yeah.
highest amount of zinc.
Yeah.
All right, sir. I know.
Oh, you sound so adorable.
The only thing that's calming him down right now is being in my arms.
Hey. I love all the sounds they make. It's so pure joy.
He's starting to grab things super hard and pull on things he doesn't understand. You're not supposed to pull on that hard.
It's amazing how strong they can be at that age.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, where in the hell did that shit come from? They're like, you, Dad.
He's been strong a lot, but he's just now starting to get the coordination to find something, grab it, and
Right,
fucking
right.
pull.
Yep. It's mine.
He pulled my hair and my beard, and like I said, he pulled a table down earlier, a whole table.
When he's grabbed your hair or beard, is he not wanting to let go?
Oh, yeah, I gotta literally pry his hand open to get it out. I'm glad I don't wear glasses. I'd be blind. They'd be pulling them off me every 2 seconds.
I'm sorry for laughing, but
No, that's all right.
I've been through that a couple times. It's great. It's funny because you want to kind of get mad, but you don't want to get mad because it's funny, but it hurts. And
Yeah. Like, it's not his fault. He's all love. So you can't get mad, but like you said, it hurts. So it's like, God damn.
It hurts, yeah. So you're just like, fuck, dude, come on, let go just a little bit. And they're like, nope, I got it. I ain't fucking let go of it. And you got to remember, Dad, that I got a part of you in me, so we might be a little stubborn.
Yeah, he's great. Sometimes he'll hold my finger for so long and so strong. He'll squeeze down so hard. But he's like kind of bending that middle joint of your finger backwards because he's squeezing it so hard. And I'll go to pull it away, and he'll like squeeze harder, or I'll pull it out of his hand and he'll start whining that I'm not letting him hold my finger. I'm like, you're hurting me, bro. You're an infant. And you're hurting me.
That's funny shit. Yeah, I think I must have had a stressful night last night. I woke up looking like this. What do you think?
Nah.
If I did, probably Wolf Lady would probably disown me. She'd go like, "What the fuck? I left last week, and you were like, as usual, and I come back, and now you're like totally different person."
Yeah, you look like. Well, this you, the one I see on the screen, looks like a sailor. Looks like he just came off the end of his career on a boat.
All right, hang on. I got somebody at the door.
You got a lot of neighbor visitors. What are you doing? I'll put you in your walker. See if you have fun in here. Whoop. Hi there. Oh my goodness. What? Pretty boy. Oh yeah. Nice bird, boy. Nice bird. surprised you can throw up with that one. Oh, you're hanging out. Nice bird. Good job. Yes. Very slow and soft high five. Good job. Our cold fingers are going in front of the fire.
Yeah, that's the way it is over here. I won't see anybody for days, and then just one day everybody wants to fucking come over for some reason or another.
So you live near a house that has 50, 60 homeless people. It's probably one of them, the lady that wanted to wash her clothes earlier. What was this person wanting?
A cigarette?
They knock on someone's front door for a cigarette?
No, this is one of my kids or grandkids.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's one of your kids. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of your neighbors. I'm like, you don't knock on people's doors for cigarettes unless, again,
Well,
they're your family or friends.
the problem is a lot of them think I'm somebody else that used to live here. From what I'm gathering.
Oh, okay.
So I've been here 2 years now, and I'm like, I figured they'd got the clue by now, but some are just so far out there that they don't know which way's up, let alone down, and which is forward, and anything in between.
Yeah, I remember as like a fucking 17, 18-year-old, I drove to one of the old houses that I lived in, and I knocked on the door. I'm like, hey, I used to live here. I was just seeing what's up with the place. And they're like, fuck off, bro. Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, if it was like that, that's one thing. But when somebody's like, oh, I came over, and so time I'll look at them like, dude, I've never seen you before. You've never been here as far as this place. You might have been on this property, but it wasn't me. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, fucking people.
I mean, they got everything. They got drugs, prostitution, fucking trafficking, you name it. It's all going down on the next corner.
Also, maybe the culture, dare I say that word, in Oregon or on the West Coast is maybe there's more community or people are more open to just go up to strangers. But on the East Coast, it's like, motherfucker, mind your business. You know what I mean? I don't mean to talk shit when I say it, but I mean, that's the vibe around here. Like, you don't be coming up on people like you know them if you don't know them.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, someone better not knock on my door. They better fucking shout from the street when they see me outside. If they're shouting from the street and I'm not outside, that's another fucking problem.
This neighborhood, I've been coming to this area for at least 40 years, and this neighborhood is basically hasn't changed, except it's got more run down.
I mean, I'd probably love it out there. I know I'd love the nature out there. And I probably would very much dislike the government out there compared to here.
There's some very beautiful spots, and there's still lots of land to, put whatever you want to put on it. Lots of acreage. There's a lot. The good deals right now are in Central Oregon. You can get acreage out there really cheap, and a lot of them are owner financed.
Yeah, that's the way I want to go.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
might contract with the bank for a super good deal, but I plan on contracting with a man. I know I can't legally contract with a bank or physically under law.
Most of these properties, it's like maybe anywhere from $100 to $300 a month, and it's paid off in like a couple years.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you don't charge someone an APR, if it's just a flat percentage, you're not raping somebody out of money. You're
Right.
happy because you got $100,000 worth of land. Someone's paying you $150,000. So you're getting a 50% interest, and for them, the bank would charge for $100,000 like $300,000. You're only charging $150,000. They're getting half the rate the bank's going to give them. And
Yeah.
usually people do it cheaper than that. You know what I mean? They only want 20 grand on that 100 grand or 10 grand on that 100 grand property.
There's this one guy I watch on YouTube. He shows a lot of listings all over the United States for owner financing type thing. And the name of his site's called Land Moto.
Land Moto, is that the one that Gimp was talking about like a week or two ago?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I
I
know
don't know
that he's got his, you go to, I think it's landmoto.com, and then you can look, he has got like weekly deals or whatever, but it's the way he explains the property, it seems pretty open and out front. I'm sure just making some kind of commission off the deal. But
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
fine.
So here's
That's
the thing: is I have the money
but
to
you know,
down on something decent, like
yeah,
20
most
acres
people,
somewhere fucking expensive, or more somewhere cheaper. Not
you have to
expensive, you know what I mean? Average price areas.
yeah, you just have to look around because some of them are like in the middle of nowhere where you have to make sure you know it even has power and all that shit. And
Well, I
there's
don't
other
need any of that. I'll fucking throw a generator, or I'll build something I can live
right.
without
I'm just
power. I
telling
can,
you, you know, there's all
yeah, yeah,
different kinds
yeah.
of possibilities. There's that, and then there's you know some that are a little closer that you know already do have power and maybe water, maybe wells, you know, whatever, so forth. But there's
Damn,
basically
Ray.
all kinds of options. But I'm telling you, uh, even on Facebook you can find them. But the ones on Facebook you got to be careful because most of them are just scams. But
I use Craigslist, and you can go to for sale by owner, and you can tell if they're for sale by the owner or not because you can see the personality of the man or woman in the
oh
post.
yeah, like this site will show you a picture of the listing. They'll show you the property. He'll explain to you exactly how much your payments are. He has these ones that's called Benjamin deals, where you basically give them $100 down and $100 a month, and it's paid off in a year or two.
That's got to be small acreage though, like
Yeah,
one or
yeah, that's
less.
the smaller ones. But I'm just, you know,
Yeah.
that was just one for
I
instance.
want
Oh yeah,
something, so I want to live off the land. So I need at least 10, but I want 20 or more on the East Coast, or I'm going to need probably 50 or more on the West Coast, to be honest about it.
yeah,
I
oh
mean,
yeah,
not as far west as you are. I'm talking deserts. Like I was looking in northern New Mexico and southern Colorado for a long time, even out to Nevada. But this is before the government started acting up. So now I'm looking at places like Missouri or Arizona or fucking West Virginia or Wyoming. You know what I mean? Because it's where the government is still. I don't know. They're not fucking with people the way they are in other places. But honestly, part of me wants to stay here in this heavy government area and deal with the problems head on. So
yeah.
that's another thing slowing me down because I don't want to run from anything. I want to stand here in stillness and be like, go ahead and fuck with me.
In
And they
Central
probably
Oregon,
will. That's what I want to do.
it's not too bad as far as that goes. I mean, you have your kind of you know little incorporated cities, but they don't really have the mindset like they do you know in the bigger cities, you know, like Portland and shit like that. It's more of a home style type setting atmosphere, you know.
If they'll get out of their ego, these liberals, if they get out of their ego and get out of their victim mentality, they'd have a good thing going for them.
Yeah, oh yeah,
The same thing about conservatives. You get out of your ego, and it's not really a victim mentality. I guess there is. There's a fear of others mentality. And if you get out of that, man, that'd be fucking beautiful places to live.
yeah. They pretty much leave you alone if you know you just mind your own business and do what you're supposed to do. They don't order you around and shit like that, really.
Well, they don't order you around here. Like, for example, I was on a job site one time, and I was in my professional capacity, and he was trying to tell me to wear a hard hat. I'm like, I'm not going to wear a hard hat for you. And he's like, well, you need to get off my site. And I'm like, well, I'm not on your site. I'm on public property. And he calls the cops on me. I tell the cops, look, I fucking set the property corners here. I know where they are. Like,
Yeah.
I'm professional enough to get out of here and not deal with him with the respect of, you know, the job. He doesn't want me here without a hard hat. I know that he contracted the company that I contract with. So yeah, I have no problem not being on his site, but I'm not on his site. Honestly, I lost my keys walking around doing my fucking job until he told me I'm not doing my job right enough, even though I never contracted with him because I wasn't wearing a hard hat. And this is after I had seen Paul, so like, you know, I'm learning at this point. I don't think I'd have done that like maybe 4 years ago. I'd have just put the hard hat on.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he calls the cops on me. I tell the cops, and they have to go tell this man. They're like, he's not on your property. He's not on your site. Like, we're listening to you. We're listening to him. He said he lost his keys. He's allowed to stay here and look for his keys. Honestly, if I was contracted to be on any of his sites and I lost my keys there, I can now go there until I find my keys. You can't trespass me until my keys are in my hand. I know the way the law works. You can't be a dick if I'm not being a dick to you.
Yeah.
I'm not hurting anything. And you can be all the dick you want, but you can't be so much of a dick to try to say I'm not allowed on a property that you first allowed me on, but I lost my property on your property. I got to find that. So unless you're going to find it for me, you got to let me there to find it.
Yeah. Imagine that. Reality, such a concept, so hard to comprehend sometimes. All right, man. Hey, I think I'm going to get off here for a bit. I think I need to get some couple things done and cook some food and all that good shit. But it's been a really good talk. We've talked about a lot of bullshit, a lot of good stuff. So I hope to do it again. I'm out of here. Bye.